A 3-meter-wide hole just froze through the Azure Dragon God's skull before his blood could even splatter. The Dragon Monarch's draconic field is shattering against an aura that has already surpassed their founding ancestor. Leave a like and subscribe to see if the heavens can survive this reversal. One roar, a soul-wrenching roar, escaped the Azure Dragon God's throat. The icy light looked beautiful, but it had blasted a 3-meter-wide hole in his head and filled it up with more ice before his blood could even splatter out of the wound. The freezing energy would continue to seal more than half of his screaming soul. Countless icy cracks began spreading from his soul. If he wasn't a dragon god, if he was just a human at the same power level, his skull would have been blown to icy smithereens already. Suddenly, a greater roar erupted from nearby. It was the Dragon Emperor of Absolute beginning detonating its aura and blood, knocking away the 9 dragon sovereigns who had been stunned silly by the sudden, drastic turn of events. It wasted no time in pouncing toward the screaming Azure Dragon God, channeling his disastrous power into his talons and hitting him squarely in the head. Boom, boom, boom. At its peak, the freezing energy of the Ice Phoenix chilled not only the Azure Dragon God's skull, but also his soul. His frozen thoughts became unusually sluggish, and not yet frozen thoughts were doing their best to chase away the chill. Therefore, he was completely defenseless when the Dragon Emperor of Absolute beginning struck him again and again. His skull, his cheekbones, and his neck cracked under the assault again and again. Soon, the icy cracks spread to his entire head like a spider web. No one, not even Long Bai, tried to rescue the despairing Azure Dragon God. It was because they were shocked by the sudden death of the Crimson Destruction Dragon God, and their eyeballs were fully stuck on the icy figure who had killed him. In fact, all the battles that were taking place across the entire 10 directions deep sea realm, not counting the Dragon Emperor of Absolute beginning ravaging the Azure Dragon God, had come to a sudden pause. Big brother, the Sky Dragon God stuttered. I am impossible. For the first time, the White Rainbow Dragon God refused to believe her sight and spiritual perception no matter what. The icy figure had taken her time to reveal herself. It was only now she fully appeared before everyone. She was dressed in simple white, but she was so beautiful and graceful that she looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. Her eyes looked like icy ponds, her hair looked like dancing ice, her skin looked like fair snowflakes, and her lips looked like blooming cherry. She didn't need to say a word or strike a pose. Her very existence was the perfect, dreamlike image of a proud ice queen. There were many people who were familiar with her outline, her aura, and her countenance. It was why she shocked them more than even the death of Long Fei. Long Bai's draconic aura surged wildly. It was because the woman reflected in his pupils should be long gone. She was Muxuanian. Ding. The Snow Princess sword returned to Muxuanian's hands with a soft ring. The pure, lustrous bits of ice surrounding her and her sword only added to her mysterious and phantasmal appearance. The Killing God Emperor froze. The Blue Dragon Emperor froze. The dragon gods looked like their eyeballs were about to fall out of their eye sockets, and Kang Shishin nearly lost control of himself and fell from the sky. Even the half-mad Kyanai Yinger was staring at her in disbelief. The terrible war came to a sudden pause. The northern region's profound practitioners seized the moment to regain their breath and stare blankly at the fantastical ice goddess of war who had killed the Crimson Destruction Dragon God in an instant. Kai Wao calmed her breathing and looked at Muxuanian, the most familiar person in her life. She smiled. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me when you made your move. Of everyone present, she was the only one who had been aware of Muxuanian from the beginning. It was because she knew Muxuanian's body and soul far too well. So well that she could recreate every trace of her skin and every wisp of her icy soul from memory. She knew her so well that, without any interaction at all, she could create the perfect opportunity for Muxuanian to assassinate the Crimson Destruction Dragon God right as the latter was about to act. Who is this woman? Long Yi asked. Waves were riding behind his pupils, and a storm was raging inside his heart. He was a venerable withered dragon. The senses granted to him by his strong draconic soul was beyond powerful, and yet he had failed to detect even a trace of this woman. The entire 10 directions deep sea realm was embroiled in battle right now. Everyone was throwing around their divine master power everywhere. To his knowledge, it should have been nearly impossible to conceal oneself perfectly in such an environment. This was without mentioning that Long Fei was the current #1 dragon god of the Dragon God realm. His power and soul were at least on the same level as the 5 venerable withered dragons, and yet he never noticed that she was within 30 meters of him until it was too late. Not even a million. Impossible. Would be enough to describe their feelings. At the very least, not one of the 5 venerable withered dragons could perform such a feat despite having hundreds of thousands of years of experience under their belts. Xianxia was the first person to master the moon-splitting cascade successfully. However, Xianxia was the one who pushed its stealth ability to the absolute limits. When Xianxia inherited the Phoenix's power of nirvana, it was through the soul fragments of the Phoenix spirit. It revived Xianxia, but it was unable to awaken his old power and left him a cripple. If it wasn't for the divine miracle of life and Yun Wuxin giving up her heretic god talent permanently, he would still be crippled to this day. However, the Ice Phoenix's rebirth Xianxia had undergone was a result of the primal divine power of nirvana, granted to her by the Ice Phoenix spirit herself. It was imperfect just like the one Xianxia had received, but it was ultimately a divine origin power. Not only did it grant Xianxia new life, it drastically increased her profound energy, her soul energy, and especially her mastery of the Ice Phoenix divine power. One could even say that Xianxia was the Ice Phoenix since the old Ice Phoenix spirit had passed away, and she had inherited both the Ice Phoenix origin power and Ice Phoenix divine soul. "She is Xianxia," the Blue Dragon Emperor murmured. "But didn't she die?" the Killing God Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Countless jaws hit the metaphorical floor at the same time. A long time ago, many god emperors and realm kings had witnessed Xianxia defending Xianxia to the death outside Blue Pole Star. In fact, Long Bai was the one who dealt the fatal blow himself. Everyone who had been present that day had felt her life aura dissipating completely into nothing. So, how was she still alive? And how was her freezing aura several times stronger than it was before? Not only did this person who shouldn't exist conceal herself so well that not a single god emperor in this realm had noticed her, but she had shattered the Crimson Destruction Dragon God himself in one hit. It was something they didn't dare to believe even after witnessing it with their own eyes. "My appearance may have worsened things instead of improving them," Xianxia said in an emotionless voice while pointing her sword at Long Bai. Long Bai and the venerable withered dragons had been watching the battle from a distance up until this point, and they would have continued doing so if she hadn't shown herself to save Keijai. "If fate must wound us like this, it doesn't matter if it comes sooner or later," replied Kaiwao. Long Bai and the venerable withered dragons might have stayed their hands if it was just a Western region god emperor that she had killed. But the #1 dragon god, the Crimson Destruction Dragon God himself. The only thing that awaited them was a world of draconic rage. "That being said, I would rather die with you than without you," added Kaiwaya with a smile. What a strange day today has been," Kang Shishin said to himself. His eyes were bulging and his teeth were bared in fear. After all, he was one of the people who had attacked Xianxia back then. Wait a second. He suddenly remembered something. Is she the one behind the sudden deaths of the 2 sea gods? She has to be. She managed to kill even Crimson Destruction Dragon God in one hit. My 2 sea gods must have been as easy as pigs at the slaughter to her. That also means that the few times I felt a weird chill crawling up my spine, it wasn't just my imagination. Kang Shishin couldn't stop sweating when he thought up till this point. "Come on, I may have attacked you that day, but I barely put any effort into it at all. How vengeful do you have to be to want to kill me over a token gesture? How is this possible?" Long San said with a frown. "It's the moon-splitting cascade," Long Yi said. "The Eastern Ice Phoenix has been declining as far as I can remember because its powers are difficult to pass down. To think that, Fei," Long Wu murmured while closing his eyes. He thought he had severed all his emotional ties to the world since the day he went into hibernation, so why did his son's death still hurt him so? HMPH? Long Bai pushed down his shock and unleashed his healing aura and his anger, causing the world to stand to attention immediately. If one death isn't enough to kill her, then 2 will be. He was about to march into the battlefield himself when a sigh sounded next to him. "Allow me?" Long Wu's figure vanished and reappeared before Xianxia. When he raised his arm, the dark clouds scattered, and it felt as if the heavens themselves were falling toward her. "You would have been unrivaled within the human race. You shouldn't have angered the dragons." Xianxia simply brought the Snow Princess sword to bear and dashed toward Long Wu using moon-splitting cascade, leaving behind a million icy afterimages behind her. When she stabbed at the venerable withered dragon, a million ice lotuses erupted from her sword. Kai Waiao's darkness profound energy followed her partner with perfect synchrony. The sudden darkening of the sky turned what should have been blue lotuses into black. Their attributes and even their races were different, and yet the strange duo worked perfectly with one another. When the black lotuses erupted, Long Wu instantly fell into a cold and dark abyss. "Long Si," Long Bai said, "help Long Wu." Buzz, another venerable withered dragon, joined the fight. Space itself shivered when Long Si unleashed his draconic aura. It was as if the combined weight of all the power battling at this part of the world was pushing it toward the brink of collapse. It was Mu Xunian and Kai Waiao versus two venerable withered dragons. When Long Si joined the fray, the apocalyptic storm grew even bigger and pushed away all the divine masters within several hundred kilometers of the battle. Although Long Bai didn't attack Mu Xunian, he didn't withdraw his draconic aura either. Instead, he looked at the Dragon Emperor of Absolute beginning standing atop the Azure Dragon God. Keijai had vanished from her original spot. The Dragon Emperor of Absolute beginning had put her back on its head and enveloped her with a protective barrier that was several times thicker than before. It didn't take the heavenly wolf devil sword, though. The Azure Dragon God was utterly crushed. It was obvious that his spine was broken from how bent his body was. Considering the Azure Dragon God's strength, he shouldn't have been beaten into this state, even if he was no match for the Dragon Emperor of Absolute beginning. However, the heavy blow that nearly shattered his entire skull and disintegrated over half of his consciousness was still affecting him. Even now, the freezing energy of Mu Xunian was ravaging his insides like a billion Arctic needles. Long Bai raised his arm and was about to send an imperious energy blast at the Dragon Emperor when suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something. The war was so powerful that the world was literally crumbling away with every tiny moment. Almost 90% of the deep sea god realm had collapsed, and the land beyond it had dissolved into dust a long, long time ago. However, the royal palace at the center of the deep sea god realm was only slightly affected by the attack. It was the only intact structure amidst a sea of ruins and dust. Long Bai looked at his surroundings and began recalling everything that had happened since the start of the war. Suddenly, he realized that almost all the northern region's profound practitioners were either fighting elsewhere or intentionally dragging their battle away from the royal palace. Even when they were close to death, they would crawl away in the opposite direction. Long Bai frowned and gathered his dragon's soul. When his consciousness slipped into the royal palace, he was met with several incredibly high-level barriers and a faint aura of darkness. It was the one Yama ancestor who hadn't shown his face all this time. At the heart of the seven-layer barrier, Yan Tu felt the dragon monarch's soul touch and abruptly opened his eyes. "Long San, we should act as well," Long Yi said. "This girl is probably as strong as the eternal heaven lass in her prime, if not stronger. Long Wu may not be able to defeat her alone." "Wait," Long Bai suddenly said and pointed at the royal palace. "Attack the palace." San's eyes narrowed when they looked in the direction of the deep-sea royal hall. Long Bai's order was probably unnecessary. At this point, anyone who was paying the slightest attention to the battlefield would notice that something was amiss. The two venerable withered dragons immediately rose higher into the sky and gathered a surge of energy that literally warped the world around them. At the same time, a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating a star pressed down toward the deep-sea royal palace. The sudden, drastic change in air current immediately drew everyone's attention. A withdrawing Kai Waiao sighed in her heart as she looked back at the palace. In the end, it had come to this. If they hadn't drawn the battle away from the deep-sea royal palace as far as possible, the structure would have crumbled due to the power of the divine masters and exposed the barriers beneath it. However, the opposite choice was barely any better. When the battle had progressed for some time, and everything in the deep-sea god realm had crumbled into dust and ruin, the unusually intact royal palace was sure to attract the enemy's attention. It was only a matter of when. It was an impossible situation. In the end, they chose the one that bought them more time, but it was only a small amount of time. Kai Waiao inhaled slightly, her devilish aura shivering unnaturally as she did so, and issued the loudest, most shocking order she ever had in her life. "Defend the barrier!" Kai Waiao's shout stabbed into every northern region profound practitioner's taut nerves like a knife. The barrier of the royal palace was the one thing they were tasked to defend at all cost. Even in death, They had to stack their dead bodies on top of one another to form a last line of defense. The venerable withered dragons were incredibly fast. In just a moment, they had approached the airspace of the deep-sea royal palace and unleashed their devastating draconic energy in unison. Rumble, at almost the same time, a screeching black light tore apart the roof of the royal palace and flew straight toward Long Yi and Long San. Yan too had been gathering his strength the moment he felt the touch of Long Bai's draconic soul. 10 Yama Devil Black Talons instantly shredded Long Yi and Long San's energy blast before a screaming Yan too attempted to pierce the two venerable withered dragons' throats. Long Yi and Long San pushed out their arms casually. At the same time, the gray-white image of a dragon god's talons flashed above their arms. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the space where the three energies had collided shattered into a million pieces. Over half of the divine stones used to construct the palace crumbled instantly and revealed the outermost barrier. The 7-layer barrier had been constructed with the darkness profound energy of the 3 Yama ancestors, Kai Waiao, Kai and Yinger, and the Yama Emperor. Yun Qi had then used eternal calamity of darkness to remove its presence to the greatest degree. Not only did the 7-layer barrier isolate sound and aura completely, it isolated light as well. Therefore, as long as the barrier remained standing, no one could glimpse what was hidden behind it. No matter how powerful Yan Tu was, he couldn't possibly fend off 2 venerable withered dragons by himself. As a result, the shadow talons he conjured were torn apart, and he fell through the barrier like a meteor. The venerable withered dragon's attacks couldn't penetrate the barrier, but the leftover energy was still enough to leave a 3-meter-long crack on the outermost barrier. It was only natural. Even the deep-sea barrier was unable to withstand the venerable withered dragon's power for long, much less the temporary dark barrier. The next instant, though, Yan too was out of the barrier again with the shadow of the Yama Devil trailing behind him. He rushed toward Long Yi and Long San with far greater power than before. The order he had received was to defend the barrier and Yun Qi to the death. Any enemy who wished to lay their hands on the eternal Heaven Pearl had to step over his shattered corpse first. Meanwhile, a huge change had suddenly taken over the entire battlefield. Kai Waiao's order had turned the minds of every northern profound practitioner with the blood of darkness running inside their veins temporarily white. Then countless darkness profound practitioners suddenly detonated their power and rushed toward the barrier at maximum speed. The reason they had chosen to stay behind despite the hopeless situation was to protect their final ray of hope, Yun Qi. If the barrier was breached, that hope would be completely extinguished, their faith and determination would dissolve into dust, and everyone would have died for nothing. That was why they surrendered their lives just to maintain the final defense line for even a breath, no, an instant longer. Every northern region profound practitioner freed themselves from their opponents no matter the cost, and rushed to the deep-sea royal palace at the center of the realm. While the western region profound practitioners were still confused, they swiftly erected a defense line that was made from their own blood-drenched bodies. Long Bai raised his arm and ordered imperiously, "All profound practitioners, release your foes and blast that barrier with everything you've got." The order cued every northern region profound practitioners' hearts to sink like a rock. The winds of the battlefield began to literally twist. Soon, devastating storms of energy started attacking the royal palace from every direction. The bones of the northern region profound practitioners began creaking audibly. Their expressions turned incredibly savage as well. In a head-to-head battle, even if the enemy was far greater in power, numbers, or both, the disadvantaged practitioner could choose to counterattack, defend, dodge, or escape until a better opportunity presented itself. However, this wasn't the case when the objective was to defend a barrier to the death. It meant that they would have to guard against the enemy's strongest attacks with their power and bodies directly. Even if they were blasted to bits, the enemy's attacks could not be allowed to hit the barrier. The battle was desperate to begin with, but now the battlefield was relocated to the deep-sea royal palace, and the despair many, many times worse than before. Yan 1 and Yan 3 were able to knock their opponents away and rush to the royal palace. Mu Xunian and Kai Waiao couldn't, however. Their opponents were the 2 great venerable withered dragons, some of the strongest profound practitioners on this entire battlefield. The moment they tried to leave, 2 overlapping draconic domains immediately sealed all the space around them. Even the venerable withered dragons themselves couldn't leave this domain. Mukshunian immediately changed her mind and attacked the two venerable withered dragons using the moon-splitting cascade. Keeping these two occupied was probably better for the barrier. Yama ancestors guard the west side. Yama Emperor Jai Xin and Jai Ling guard the north side. Realm Kings, rumble. Long C interrupted Kai Wao's sound transmission before she could finish. The Devil Queen slowly turned around to stare at him, and the venerable withered dragon suddenly broke out in goosebumps, and his heart turned as cold as ice. At the same time, her black ribbon began spawning many nightmarish black lotuses that chewed hole after hole in the dragon's domain. She didn't send any more sound transmissions because it was no longer necessary. The only thing keeping everyone standing was their final hope and faith. And the only thing that could decide the final outcome was fate. All the space within 500 kilometers of the deep-sea royal palace was distorting violently. The building had inevitably become the center of the battlefield, the focus of the worst battle the God realm had ever seen since its inception. The Yama devils, burning moon devils, and soul-stealing devils had all returned to the barrier to defend it with their lives. Even the dragons of absolute beginning had flown over to guard one side of the barrier. When all the powers of the Western Divine Region and the Northern Divine Region became focused in one place, a kind of brutality like nothing the world had ever seen before was wrought. The withered dragons, the dragon gods, the dragon sovereigns, the Kai dragons, the Hui dragons, the blue dragons, myriad manifestations. Killins. Despair wasn't an adequate word to describe what the devils were feeling when the full might of the Western Divine Region truly bore down on them. Boom, rumble. Two Yama devils joined hands and blocked the attack of 4 dragon sovereigns, but the price they paid was their arms tearing themselves apart in dozens of places. However, the dragon sovereigns attacked again in no time, forcing the 2 Yama devils to thrust their spurting arms forward and unleash a stream of blood-stained Yama devil power once more. Their eyes looked savage, and the concept of fear and pain didn't seem to exist in their minds. Bang! This time the 2 Yama devils were sent flying, but they forcefully canceled their momentum and charged toward the dragon sovereign's energy blasts again. Since their power was spent, they used their own bodies to block the attack, literally sacrificing flesh, blood, and bone to stop it from reaching the barrier. Boom! The sky erupted in a shower of blood. The 4 dragon sovereigns' attacks still reached the barrier, but they only had 30% of their power left. All the Northern Region divine sovereigns who had been avoiding the battle until now. The profound practitioners who had no place on the battlefield of the greatest, roared out their hearts and rushed to the defense of the royal palace. They used both their powers and their bodies to protect the barrier as best they could. It didn't amount to much, however. Their bodies might be unparalleled in the eyes of a mere mortal, but against a divine master, it was barely any better than paper. It took only a moment for the shattered bits and pieces of their corpses to cover the barrier completely. Hold the line, hold the line! Yan Tianxiao screeched like a beast and sent 3 Kai dragons and their energy blasts flying far, far away, even if it meant worsening the wound Long Bai had left on his person earlier. Rumble, a darkness profound formation shattered, and both Yu Wu and Chanyi crashed to the ground. Yao Dai and Qing Ying immediately teleported over and took over their positions. All 9 witches, including Jai Xin and Jai Ling, were injured at this point. Jai Xin and Jai Ling especially were half-drenched in blood and blurring in and out of consciousness, because they had to take the attacks of the pure dragon god and purple river dragon god head-on. Even then, the devilish blades in their hands refused to dim their light. Long Bai raised his arm and pointed his palm at the distant dragon emperor of absolute beginning. A chain of space distorted with a dull groan, and the dragon emperor of absolute beginning was blown back another 50 kilometers despite having received the attack from 50 kilometers away. He then lifted the Azure dragon god over with the same draconic aura. The dragon emperor of absolute beginning rose back to its feet and ordered all of its dragons to protect the deep-sea royal palace. However, it remained where it was because protecting Keijai was its top priority. Keijai was completely exhausted and unconscious right now. There was no way it would seek out an opponent on its own, much less step into the killing ground that was the deep-sea royal palace right now. There was a blue and gray flash, and the Azure dragon god returned to its human form. Almost half of its bones were completely broken, his skull was covered in cracks, and his face was barely recognizable. However, the terrifying life force and physique of a dragon god actually allowed him to rise to his feet despite his broken spine and speak in an unusually clear voice. "Your Majesty, Azure has failed." Long Bai didn't respond to him. His gaze continued to stay locked on the deep-sea royal palace. Bang! A sudden noise that shook everyone's heart appeared. It was the first layer of the barrier shattering into bits amidst a rain of blood. "Xianxia has to be inside," declared the Azure dragon god. His reminder was completely unnecessary. The Northern Devils had chosen to stay behind and fight them despite knowing that they were coming. It was clear now that they weren't buying time for Xianxia to return to the Northern Divine region. They remained to protect the barrier. The only thing that would cause so much concern for the Northern Region Devils was their Devil Master, Xianxia. As for why Xianxia had stayed in this barrier despite the obviously grave circumstances, there could only be one explanation. The Devil Master was in the middle of some sort of secluded cultivation that couldn't be interrupted. To the south, Qianai Wugu was battling Long-Er alone and had suffered some minor injuries. However, it would be a while before he lost the battle, so in a sense he was keeping one of the greatest enemy threats in check. Qianai Bingzhu looked at the barrier at the center before attempting to teleport away from the 5 great Qilins by force. However, the Qilin Emperor let out a sigh and lowered his voice. "Don't. If you stay, it will look like you're holding the 5 of us back from attacking the barrier. If you return, we will have to obey orders and join in on the assault. It would only make things worse." The Qilin Emperor was the strongest god emperor of the Western Divine region besides the Dragon God realm. His cultivation might be weaker than Qianai Bingzhu's, but he was supported by 4 Ink Qilins, all level 10 Divine Masters. If they had gone all out from the start, Qianai Bingzhu would have been defeated a long time ago. The Brahma ancestor cast the Qilin God Emperor a long look. Wordlessly, he stopped retreating and attacked the God Emperor again with his full power. The dragons of absolute beginning were large and powerful. The barriers they formed with their own bodies should be some of the most indestructible barriers in the entire world. Unfortunately, the ones attacking these barriers were also the greatest powers in the entire primal chaos, the Western Divine region. Draconic blood kept spilling across the sky. By now, the mist of blood floating above the royal palace was so thick that it resembled a dark, city-sized cloud. Bang! There was a sorrowful groan, and 3 dragons of absolute beginning were snapped in half cruelly and ruthlessly. At the same time, the second barrier collapsed into bits as well. The bones on the ground and the pungent stench of blood had fully awakened the brutal, animalistic side of everyone in this battle. Even the Western Region Divine Master's cowardice had been twisted into something horrifyingly violent in the face of the desperate Northern Region Devil people. Eventually, kill or be killed became the only thought in everyone's heart. Royal Hall was plunged into a terrible sea of blood and explosions. Meanwhile, the Kai Dragon Emperor, Hui Dragon Emperor, and Myriad Manifestations God Emperor weren't able to extricate themselves from their fight to approach the Royal Hall. The Divine Oracle was radiating a dreadful black light as they were driven so far away that they were about to reach the border of the deep-sea Divine region. The time Qianai Yinger could stay in her berserk state had far exceeded the wildest estimates of the 3 God Emperors. But at this moment, she had finally reached her limit. In the next instant, the black light coming from the Divine Oracle grew dull and dim, and Qianai Yinger's wildly dancing black hair also fell back to her shoulders. Her body froze in midair as the peerlessly dreadful darkness energy suddenly bled from her like a torrent of water. The dark light in her eyes slowly dissipated, and it seemed as if she had lost all consciousness as she started plummeting powerlessly from the sky. The 3 God Emperors were riddled with injuries, and they found it extremely hard to expel the darkness profound energy that remained inside of them as it gnawed at the marrow of their bones. As they saw Qianai Yinger's energy disperse and her delicate body plummet groundward, all of them let out a long, cold breath. The Myriad Manifestations God Emperor's jaw clenched tightly in anger, and he was about to rush toward her when the Kai Dragon Emperor grabbed his arm and yelled. "The Dragon Monarch commanded us to focus on breaking those barriers first. Xianxia must be inside. Let's go!" The Hui Dragon Emperor snarled as he shot straight for the deep-sea Royal Hall, a hurricane swirling in his wake. One could well imagine just how much harder it would be to defend the deep-sea Royal Hall if these 3 God Emperors joined the fray. "Wanwu Wanlai, kill her!" After he barked out that command, the myriad manifestations God Emperor sped off for the Deep Sea Royal Hall along with the Kai Dragon Emperor. At the same time, two myriad manifestations divine masters flew in from a nearby area and rushed toward the seemingly unconscious Xianxia Yinger, their bodies flaring with an icy cold killing intent. It was at this moment that Xianxia Yinger's eyes regained their focus. The dissipated black light instantly flared back up with a renewed intensity, and it looked as deep and gloomy as an abyss. The Kai Dragon Emperor, Hui Dragon Emperor, and myriad manifestations God Emperor suddenly felt their backs go cold. Their reactions were lightning quick, but when all three of them turned around, they realized that the world in front of them had turned completely dark. There wasn't even a single speck of light left in sight. A space that was 150 kilometers wide had been entirely encased in total and complete darkness. "What is going on?" the three God Emperors cried out in shock. Their shock deepened even further when they realized that they couldn't sense each other's existences or hear each other's voices. They swiftly released their profound energy, but this only resulted in them receiving an even greater shock. It was now exceptionally difficult for them to release any power, and even raising a hand seemed to exhaust several times the amount of energy that it usually did. In fact, they felt as if their bodies had sunk into a dense and viscous swamp of never-ending darkness. Xianxia Yinger raised her arm amidst the darkness, and the divine oracle, which had fallen into a short silence, once more glowed with a dense black light. This was her lightless eternal night bolstered by the power contained within that drop of Devil Emperor blood. This domain not only consumed all light, but it also consumed the spiritual senses, touch, hearing, sight, and smell of any living creature caught within it. Due to the suppression of the Devil Emperor's blood, even these three God Emperors of the West were unable to resist. Riep, the divine oracle, drew a dark line in the air as it instantly penetrated the bodies of the two myriad manifestations' divine masters. After that, it shot straight for the three mighty God Emperors. The moment it came into contact with the myriad manifestations' God Emperor, it immediately bound him tight. It continued to extend after that as it snaked out after the Kai Dragon Emperor and the Hui Dragon Emperor. Once it wrapped itself around all of them, it suddenly and fiercely tightened. While they were trapped in this swamp of darkness, the spiritual senses of the three God Emperors had grown exceptionally dull. They also felt their energy being released from their bodies in an exceptionally slow and sluggish manner. However, they were still God Emperors, and the Kai and Hui Dragon Emperors also possessed mighty draconic bodies, so how could they simply give up without a fight? As they struggled desperately, the divine oracle cut apart their profound energy and their flesh, and it was only once it reached their bones that the tightening stopped. Droplets of blood slowly fell from the corner of Xianxia Yinger's mouth in the darkness, and her face was growing paler by the second. The previous dissipation of her energy had not been an illusion. The droplet of Devil Emperor blood had perfectly fused with Xianxia Yinger's body. Hence, it had automatically withdrawn its power to protect Xianxia Yinger when her body was nearing its limits. However, Xianxia Yinger had forcibly activated its power once more. Previously, she had been enduring the burden of a Devil Emperor's power with her body. Now, she was burning her own life force to release it. She felt her life force and vitality slip away from her with acute clarity, and the blood that trickled from between her teeth turned into a steady flow. But she still continued to crazily squeeze out the last bits of power from the droplet of Devil Emperor blood. She desperately wished that she could cut the bodies of these three God Emperors in two, but she knew that it was merely an extravagant hope at this point. At the very least, she would use this divine oracle in her hand to trap them in this place. She definitely wouldn't allow them to take a single step toward the Deep Sea Royal Hall, even if she had to burn her life down to embers to accomplish the task. Bang! The third barrier surrounding the Deep Sea Royal Hall shattered. Long Bai stared at the blood-covered Deep Sea Royal Hall from a distance. He still had not made a move because the scene before him had made him drunk with ecstasy. Still, there was some regret mixed in. This dogged defense, this pitiful struggle, this hopeless situation. If only Yun Qi could see all of this with his own two eyes. A pity, what a pity indeed. Dragon Queen, I will soon prove to you that your choice was wrong. It was truly wrong. How could he be worthy of you? He isn't even qualified to gaze upon you directly. All of the Northern Divine Region profound practitioners who were guarding the Deep Sea Royal Hall were injured without exception, and their backs were practically pressed up against the barrier they were protecting. Yan 1, Yan 2, and Yan 3 were facing off against two of the mighty venerable withered dragons along with the Cyan Abyss Dragon God, Jade Dragon God, and Sky Dragon God. Even though this battle was taking an incredible toll on them, this was the part of the Devil Race's formation that was the most secure. However, no matter how precarious a situation other people were in, no matter how big the holes poked in other parts of the formation were, not even one of the Yama ancestors could divert themselves away to reinforce those areas. The power of the venerable withered dragons and dragon gods wouldn't allow it. They needed to use power exceeding their very limits to desperately defend the barrier. In the south, nearly half of the 100 dragons of absolute beginning had fallen, but a good number of master dragons had fallen along with them. Broken dragon bone and torn dragon flesh was lying in pools of dragon blood, forming a grisly scene that seemed to come from some blood-filled purgatory. Most of the northern region's higher realm kings and their respective elders had also fallen. The surviving members could instantly recognize the dark aura of their kinsmen. Unfortunately, it was more often than not coming from corpses lying in their own blood, decapitated heads, which were being trampled by the enemy, or severed limbs that were flying through the air. Since death was right behind them, all of them had decided to become demons of hell first as they used their powers and their lives to kill all the enemies who drew near them. Boom! A flower composed of water bloomed in the air as the jade rivulet sword danced in Shui Yingyu's hand. She had used her heaven-drawn glazed light to create a beautiful curtain of water that redirected the power of two master dragons toward each other. As huge explosions rang in the air, the two dragons roared in misery and tumbled to the ground. However, she was not able to defend herself against the attack of the third master dragon. The blow viciously struck her and sent her hurtling downward, blood immediately staining her blue robes. Ki, K. She pressed a hand to her chest and stared at the blood-colored earth and sky. Then, a steely determination that was completely incompatible with her cool and calm features coalesced in her watery eyes. As the glazed light realm king, she had only needed 3,000 years to become a mid-level divine master. She was undoubtedly one of the most brilliant women of her generation, but in this battle, she seemed to be like a frail ant facing down titans. "Meiyin, you mustn't die," she whispered as she stood up once more. She launched herself into the sky again as the liquid sky-blue light of the glazed light realm erupted from her body and shone on the most terrible battle to ever take place in the history of the god realm. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of incredible divine master power exploded against the surface of the barrier. If this had not been a darkness barrier that had been formed by all of the most powerful divine masters of the northern divine region, it would have been destroyed in a single wave of attacks. It was easier to besiege a castle than it was to defend it. Furthermore, the castle in question was a barrier that could be attacked from all sides. Even if the northern divine region had twice the number of divine masters on the field, they still wouldn't have enough people to block all of those attacks. As a result, every single explosion against the barrier violently plucked at the heartstrings of all the profound practitioners of the northern divine region. Yan Xiangxiao's face and arms were covered with blood, and his fingers resembled ghoulish claws as they ripped through the bodies of divine masters and sent them flying. In return, countless fresh wounds seemed to spring up on his body after every exchange of blows. The bloody hole that Long Bai had bored through his chest had become even more tattered. Every time he released his power, fresh blood gushed from it, yet it didn't even seem like he even noticed. Buzz! He gritted his teeth so hard that both of his canines broke as he desperately held back a level 10 Kai Dragon Divine Master with each hand. However, an explosion that caused despair to race through his heart rang out behind him. The bodies of two Yama devils heavily smashed against the surface of the tattered barrier, as the remaining might from the attacks that hit them shattered the fourth barrier. UWA! Yan Xiangxiao's eyes bulged in their sockets as black light exploded from his body and blasted the two mighty Kai dragons far away. Next he whirled around, a furious roar building up in his chest which died as he saw a Yama devil's power collapse while trying to go up against three dragon sovereigns. As wounds burst out all over his body, the white rainbow dragon god appeared before him and thrust a claw straight through his chest. The claw tore out the Yama devil's still beating heart and crushed it. His vision turned blurry. The Yama realm's 10 Yama devils, a force which had once proudly reigned above the rest of the northern divine region, had now dwindled to 4. It was at this time that the battlefield suddenly brightened. A ray of light suddenly shone into the world of the lightless eternal night. The moment the light started invading that space, the entire world of darkness started to rapidly collapse. The three mighty god emperors swiftly regained their spiritual sense and felt the gigantic pressure on their bodies dramatically lessen. They quickly exchanged glances and released their god emperor power at the same time. Boom! The shuddering world of darkness burst like a bubble of soap as they easily blasted away the divine oracle binding them all this while. The dark glow that radiated from its surface quickly faded away as it was restored to its original dazzling golden color in the blink of an eye. As the darkness faded, Xianxia body, which was only a few short kilometers away from the three god emperors, started to slowly tumble from the sky. Her face was entirely colorless, and no dark light or aura radiated from her body. Even her long hair, which had turned pitch black after her fall, had returned to its old golden sheen. Wan Wu and Wan Lai, the two myriad manifestations divine masters, whom the myriad manifestations god emperor had ordered to kill Xianxia, had already been turned into scorched black corpses on the ground. The bodies of the three god emperors were scored with black wounds, which caused them soul-burning pain with every second that passed. This was especially true for the deep wound that gouged their waists. Flesh had been stripped off all the way around waists, and even the exposed bone had been scorched black. It was truly a grisly sight to behold. Bang! Xianxia smashed into the ground, but she retained her consciousness this time. Her fingers scrabbled against the cold, hard ground as her arms spasmed and trembled. It looked as if she was desperately trying to get to her feet. Her aura was as frail and weak as a leaf spinning in the wind. That demoness? The myriad manifestations god emperor hands balled into fists as a sinister expression appeared on his face. After his eyes swept over Xianxia once, the Kai dragon emperor gave a cold snort. So she burned her own life to pull that off. No wonder, HMPH. She's about exhausted all of her vital energy, so she'll die soon enough. We don't even need to lift a finger, the Hui dragon emperor said. His voice became tinged with pity as he said, "The Brahma monarch goddess, the only woman who could be mentioned in the same breath as the dragon queen Tusk, it truly is such a pity." "God Emperor," the voices of the Brahma kings suddenly cried out. All of the remaining Brahma kings began to desperately rush over to Xianxia, regardless of their circumstances. "Let's go!" The three god emperors did not want to be tangled up with the Brahma kings, so they rushed straight for the deep-sea royal hall. Before they even arrived, their approaching auras caused a heavy pressure to descend upon the already bitterly engaged forces of the northern divine region, a weight that pushed them into an even deeper despair. Even though her consciousness had turned blurry, Xianxia could still sense the auras of the 6 Brahma kings zooming her way. She struggled to lift her head off the ground as a weak but stern voice came from her lips. "You are not to come here. Defend the barrier." The Brahma kings instantly stopped in their tracks, and the third Brahma king exclaimed in a quavery voice, "But God Emperor, I will kill anyone who dares to approach me." A look of pain flashed across Xianxia's colorless face, but she still managed to growl out one last command. "Get lost!" The third Brahma king gritted his teeth with force as he spun around and roared, "We obey our God Emperor's command. Let's return and defend the barrier." As they had been left with no other choice, the 6 Brahma kings once again hurled their battered and bruised bodies back into the terrible battle taking place in front of the deep-sea royal hall. After she roared out the words, "Get lost," Xianxia's delicate head sank to the ground. She could no longer feel even the smallest bit of strength or energy left in her body. As her consciousness started to waver, she knew that when her world finally turned pure white, it would be time for her to die. Yun Qi. The only thing that was still clear and distinct to her in this increasingly blurry world was his name. "I had originally thought that even if I were to die, I had to at least do it in your arms by your side. Even if you were the one who had killed me. However, it's fitting me, a person covered with filth and sin, how could I deserve a good ending? How could I deserve to see my wishes come true?" Xianxia's life withering and fading away, suddenly turned his old eyes in her direction, the Brahma light radiating from his body suddenly growing dull and dim. How could Long miss such a great opportunity? His pale white dragon claw carried the weight of 1,000 mountains as it smashed apart Xianxia's Brahma light and smashed into his body. Rumble. The power of a withered dragon was like 1,000,000 bolts of lightning going off at the same time. A cloud of blood burst out of Xianxia Wugu's body as his ancient frame hurtled to the ground like a piece of rotten wood before slamming deeply into it. Just like Xianxia Wugu had guessed, Long did not chase after him. Instead, he coldly and calmly glanced at him before he rushed straight for the barrier surrounding the deep-sea royal hall. Earth exploded everywhere as Xianxia Wugu's body flew up from the ground. He landed beside Xianxia Yinger, and a cluster of dense golden light formed above his blood-stained palm before he gently pushed it into her lower back. Xianxia Yinger was quickly pulled out of that blank white world as a robust and dense vital energy poured into her like a spring shower. Her 5 senses were refreshed as the revivifying energy coursed through her entire body. Xianxia Yinger slowly opened her eyes and turned to look at the old man beside her. As her vision gradually cleared up, she saw that this old man was Xianxia Wugu. Most of his gray robe was stained with blood, and she could clearly feel the vital energy that was coming from him. Even though Xianxia Yinger no longer possessed a Brahma soul, she was still Xianxia Wugu's direct descendant. Since they shared the same blood and lineage, he could use some of the scant few years he had left to save her life. Even if they shared the same blood and lineage, using this method to transfer one's life force was highly inefficient. 100 years of his life could only give her 1 or 2 years. What are you doing? Stop! Her mind was fully awake, but her body was still incomparably weak. Xianxia Yinger could only yell at him in shock. She was powerless to push him away. Xianxia Wugu didn't say anything. He merely continued to pour his lifespan into Xianxia Yinger without stopping. Use your power to defend the barrier. Don't waste it on me. Xianxia Yinger desperately wanted to struggle against his efforts. Her voice started to grow extremely harsh and fierce as she yelled, "This is an order, you stupid old man. This is an order." The look on Xianxia Wugu's face didn't change as he calmly replied, "You are the Brahma Heaven God Emperor, and this old man is a member of the Brahma Monarch God realm, so I must naturally obey my Emperor's commands." "However," he said as the faintest of smiles appeared on his face, "I am also your great-grandfather. There is no reason or sophism in this world that can override an old man's right to save his own descendant." "You!" Xianxia Yinger's fingers curled up into a fist. Her heart and soul trembled, but she couldn't say anything else. The situation around the barrier had started to dramatically change. The addition of Long had drastically increased the pressure on the 3 Yama ancestors. Meanwhile, the Kai Dragon Emperor, Hui Dragon Emperor, and Myriad Manifestations God Emperor had also descended from the sky to join the fray, causing the already frail defensive line formed by the forces of the Yama realm and Burning Moon realm to completely collapse. The surviving Yama devils, Moon Eaters, Yama Ghosts, and Burning Moon Divine Envoys were all thrown to the ground by the force of the 3 God Emperors landing. In an instant, the 3 God Emperors had landed right in front of the barrier, and their power thundered against the swiftly collapsing barrier like heavenly lightning. Meanwhile, the White Rainbow Dragon God led the charge from the back, and a huge group of dragon sovereigns, Kai Dragons, Hui Dragons, and Killins poured forward like a tidal wave, as 100 beams of divine master energy slammed into the barrier. Bang, the 5th barrier had shattered, and it had also been the one that had held on for the shortest amount of time. Each of the 5 destroyed barriers had been shattered quicker than the last. As the power of the northern divine region shrank and collapsed, the next 2 barriers would only be shattered even more quickly. Yan turned around and roared in an enraged voice, "You useless brats, ah!" Unfortunately, he, Yan 2, and Yan 3 were currently locked in battle with 3 great venerable withered dragons and 3 dragon gods. The pressure they exerted far exceeded what anyone else could imagine, so the only thing Yan 1 could do was to curse and vent at his flailing allies. Yan Wu's left arm was already broken, and she didn't even have 30% of her profound energy left. However, she rolled to her feet and rushed at 3 God Emperors by herself. The Yama Devil's spear in her hand was stained with her own Yama Devil blood as she released the limit of her power. Boom. Her figure blurred into existence in front of the 3 God Emperors as black light exploded and shoved them backward dozens of meters. When her dark power came into contact with the black wounds Xianxia Yinger had carved into their bodies, it instantly caused incredible pain to course through their veins. However, this pain had also triggered their simmering wrath. Attacks erupted explosively from their hands, but their target wasn't the barrier that was right in front of them. It was Yan Wu. Even though Yan Wu was also a level 10 divine master, she still wasn't powerful enough to contend against a God Emperor, and that was before taking her broken left arm into account. Bang! Her Yama Devil spear was sent flying by the Kai Dragon Emperor. Boom! The black Yama Devil light radiating from her body was shattered by the Hui Dragon Emperor's fist. PCHHHT. A bloody light streaked through the air as the myriad manifestations God Emperor's imperial sword flew through her chest, leaving a bloody hole in its wake. Yan Wu's eyes grew focused as a violent black light erupted from them, and the Yama Devil's spear flew back into her right hand. However, before she could even attack, a vast and mighty draconic energy shot down from the sky, slamming into her chest. The white rainbow dragon god was the one who had landed that terrible blow on Yan Wu. Her chest violently sank in, and a cloud of blood spewed from her mouth as she was sent flying. Wu, Yan Xianxia turned around and let out a furious roar. He fiercely sent the dragon sovereigns and Kai dragons flying, then sped toward Yan Wu with such speed that he left afterimages behind. HMPH, die! The Kai Dragon Emperor's arm shot out and a fatal draconic image was sent hurtling toward Yan Wu. Boom! The Kai Dragon image did not hit Yan Wu. Instead, it fiercely slammed into Yan Xianxia, who had suddenly appeared in front of her. He spread his arms out wide and took the Kai Dragon Emperor's attack without moving an inch. An invisible barrier expanded out from his body and blocked all the energy that could have hurt Yan Wu. Heth, I see that you're still trying to struggle. How pitiful, the white rainbow dragon god said with a low chuckle. He suddenly thrust out an arm at Yan Xianxia. White light covered his claw as he sent it smashing straight into Yan Xianxia's chest. Yan Xianxia had just endured the Kai Dragon Emperor's strike, so his energy had been thrown into disarray. Furthermore, the white rainbow dragon god's claw had, intentionally or unintentionally, struck the hole that Long Bai had previously created in his chest. A huge amount of blood gushed out as the white rainbow dragon god's hand burst out of Yan Xianxia's back, his sinister-looking hand covered in gore. The myriad manifestations God Emperor and Hui Dragon Emperor also chose this moment to attack together. A sword lanced through his stomach, while a palm strike ruptured his internal organs. Blood gushed out of every orifice on Yan Xianxia's face, but his expression remained unchanged. Yama Emperor, Fen Deaki, who was currently mired in his own desperate struggle, exclaimed in shock. My lord, a Yama Devil who had fallen to the ground, howled in pain. Yan Wu sank to her knees and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood before she could struggle to her feet again. It was only then that she realized the miserable condition that Yan Xianxia was in. Royal Father, she screamed in a shrill voice as she staggered toward him. She regained her balance and immediately made a mad dash forward. However, a large hand suddenly shot out and launched a dark energy wave that shoved her backward. Yan Wu stared at her father's arm with puzzled eyes before she turned to look at the warm but fleeting gaze he shot her way. He gave his daughter one last look, the final one of his life, before he turned back to focus on the enemies in front of him. The irises in his eyes vanished as his eyes turned a boundless, gloomy black. Her heart started hammering in her chest as Yan Wu suddenly realized something. She thrust out a hand, her trembling fingers desperately trying to reach toward her father as an anguished sob escaped her lips. Royal Father, no, 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 don't. Don't. UWA. Ch. Yan Xianxia let out a scream so shrill that it tore his throat as something suddenly erupted out of his back. It was a pitch-black devil shadow. The devilish shadow was about 3 meters tall, and its aura was astonishing. Unfortunately, it still wasn't something that could threaten a dragon god or a god emperor. I see that you won't give up even when you know that all is lost, the white rainbow dragon god said with a sneer on his face. The hand which still transfixed Yan Xianxia's body suddenly swelled with a vast power as he snarled, Die! However, the expression on his face dramatically changed before he had even finished saying that word. When he bent down to look at his arm, he suddenly realized that it had become wrapped in a layer of strange black light that was trying to trap him. Power erupted from his arm, but he actually wasn't able to pull it back. The same black light had quietly and stealthily wrapped around the myriad manifestations God Emperor, Kai Dragon Emperor, and Hui Dragon Emperor as well. This was the strongest dark binding that Yan Xianxia could use. However, it wouldn't last for very long when used on dragon gods or other god emperors. Yan Xianxia's shrill screaming continued, and the Yama Devil shadow behind him suddenly started to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had grown tens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, until it was several kilometers tall. The Yama Devil aura that it was radiating swelled to an incredibly shocking level. After that, it merged with the dark binding that Xianxia had used and pressed down on all of the living creatures caught in the Yama Devil's shadow like a dark mountain. The eyes of every combatant swiveled toward him in shock as all combat ceased. Even the three Yama ancestors descended into an awestruck silence for an instant. "This brat," Yan one mumbled under his breath. Ch. Yan Tianxiao's body was entirely swallowed up by that gigantic Yama Devil shadow, and it wasn't clear whether that roar had come from him or from the Yama Devil that seemed to have come from the abyss itself. As he roared, the Yama Devil shadow suddenly started moving. The huge dark figure started rushing forward, and it dragged the white rainbow dragon god and three god emperors along with it as it swallowed up one dragon sovereign after another, one western region divine master after another, on its westward charge. RUUMBLE. The earth undulated like ocean waves as the expressions of the white rainbow dragon god and three god emperors of the west twisted up. They tried their best to break free from their dark prison as their power exploded toward Yan Tianxiao time and again. However, the gigantic Yama Devil shadow was growing faster and faster as it dragged them along with 11 dragon sovereigns and more than 90 other western region divine masters on its journey west. The gigantic power they couldn't break free of made them feel as if their bodies and souls were stuck to that gigantic Yama Devil shadow. This, coupled with the horrific wails of despair coming from it, would form a dark shadow in their hearts that they would never be free of. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 35 kilometers. Cries of shock and alarm filled the air as a huge part of the Western Divine Region's forces was being dragged further and further away from the battlefield. The pressure on the defending Northern Profound practitioners drastically lessened, as the collapsing defensive line was quickly sealed up by the Yama Devils and Yama Ghosts. However, all of them were crying tears of blood as they watched the back of that huge Yama Devil shadow. Yan Wu struggled to her feet and cast one last, long look at her father's distant back. Tears misted up in her eyes, making her vision go blurry as she silently stood in place. However, she wasn't willing to take her eyes off him for even 1 second. "Charge! Charge!" The Yama Devils and Yama Ghosts were roaring those words as they hurled their sore and wounded bodies towards the battlefield once more. Their bodies were erupting with an incredibly sinister and violent killing intent as they squeezed out every last drop of their Yama Devil power. Boundless hatred and murder filled their eyes as they clawed their way to the nearest Western Divine Master. The already bloody fighting had suddenly grown even more violent and merciless. RUMMMMMBLE. The Yama Devil shadow continued to move forward like an inexorable tidal wave, a tottering shadowy mountain, as it dragged the trapped Western Region Profound practitioners along with it. 50 kilometers, 75 kilometers, 100 kilometers. RUUMBLE. After that, the Yama Devil shadow suddenly turned hazy and transparent, and its speed finally started to slow down. It stopped tottering as its steps started to slow, and it started to stagger forward. Bang, 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 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His steps were growing slower and slower, but he still pressed forward with incredible determination until his legs refused to lift themselves up. The towering Yama Devil shadow finally shimmered out of existence, and only the figure of a battered and wounded Yan Tianxia remained. He silently stood in place, his arms frozen in a forward motion. He didn't even move a single muscle, and there wasn't any malevolence on his face, only determination. There wasn't a single speck of light in those eyes, and there wasn't any aura or energy radiating from his body. In fact, there wasn't even a drop of blood flowing from his open wounds. He simply stood there silently, looking for all the world like a weathered and battered statue. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out in the air as the white rainbow dragon god violently struggled free from his dark bindings. He stretched a hand out, but before he could even release his draconic might, a gust of cold wind blew toward the silent Yan Tianxiao. The statue instantly started to crumble as gray dust danced in the air. This was how the Yama Emperor of this generation greeted death. His body crumbled into the wind like dust, and he did not leave even a trace of himself behind. Author's note, Epsilon number Macron, / up arrow Mars, Yun Chi up. Waya was pushing herself to match the heavy pressure coming from Long Sea. However, she was still distracted during that one instant as she turned to send Yan Tianxiao off with her eyes. Do you have any regrets? Muk Shuanian asked. Kai Waiao shook her head. Since I've already made my decision, I won't regret it, no matter the outcome. However, this guilt and debt that I owe, I'm afraid that I won't have the opportunity to make up for them. She was the only surviving member of the 3 god emperors of the Northern Divine region. To be completely accurate, her current title was the Devil Master's Queen. Hence, the 3 god emperors of the Northern Divine region were already a thing of the past. The dark binding had vanished, but the released Western region profound practitioners simply sat there with stunned expressions on their faces. They watched the Northern region's Yama Emperor turn into swirling gray ashes with a complicated look in their eyes and a stifled feeling in their chests. The white rainbow dragon god angrily waved a hand at the swirling dust, his petty act of angry petulance scattering it to the wind. Let's go! The white rainbow dragon god and 3 god emperors of the West immediately started flying toward the ruined deep-sea royal hall with dark looks on their faces. As a result, the dragon sovereigns and the Western region profound practitioners had no choice but to suppress the shock in their hearts, grit their teeth, and follow after them. In the north, the blue dragon emperor, who had been battling Kang Shishan all this while, gave a melancholy sigh and murmured, "Why must there be conflict in this world? So much blood has been shed, so many lives have been lost, but is the end result really worth the cost?" Kang Shishan wiped away the blood that trickled down from the corner of his mouth. "Little blue dragon, I really love that naivete of yours." Boom! Just as Kang Shishan finished speaking, a frigid spear of ice smashed into his face. The impact caused his left cheek to sink in as his body did a few pathetic-looking cartwheels in the air. HMPH! A blue dragon divine attendant stared icy daggers at Kang Shishan as she spat in a cold voice. "How dare you insult my lord? You're courting death? Heh. Kang Shishan chuckled as he rubbed his left cheek. "Little blue dragon, the entire god realm knows that your blue dragon realm never wishes to be involved in any grievances or conflict, but there are far too many things in this world which will not allow you to be the righteous one among the wicked. The blue dragon emperor. I'm already not your match in a one-on-one duel, so I wonder why I haven't been defeated even though you have all these girls helping you," Kang Shishan said with a leering grin. "It's way too obvious that you're taking it easy on me. It's so obvious that the dragon monarch would be able to tell even if he was an idiot. Do you really think that he will ignore your uncooperativeness once everything is over? Oh no, you're basically defying him at this point." The blue dragon emperor remained silent. The dragon monarch she had seen over the last few days was far different from the dragon monarch that everyone knew and loved. His usual calm and peaceful demeanor had disappeared, and it had been replaced by perversely dreadful malice. Perhaps this had been his true nature all along. Furthermore, the reason behind everything, the shocking green hat that Kai Waiao had uttered, was still reverberating in everyone's heart, but no one dared to ask or even mention it. In the distance, they could see that the second-last barrier had already become torn and tattered. Kang Shishan let out a dreadful laugh before he said, "It looks like it's about to be game over for us, but I really had fun, so it's worth it even if I die. You, on the other hand, I really advise you to hurry up and use your full strength to cripple or kill me. If not, it'll be too late. Trust me, you'll definitely regret it if you don't." The Blue Dragon Emperor remained silent, but it was clear that she wasn't going to take his advice. "Heh!" A mocking expression appeared on Kang Shishan's face. To think that the current Blue Dragon Emperor is so indecisive and full of compassion. It looks like your Blue Dragon line won't last for many more generations. "You're really looking to die?" A Blue Dragon divine attendant yelled. Water climbed and swirled around her, forming into a thick whip of ice that lashed at Kang Shishan. Crack! The heavens and earth shook once more as the 6th barrier collapsed amidst the clouds of blood that were erupting all around it. Now only the final barrier glowed with a faint light that almost seemed tinged with despair. The 6th barrier had become the barrier that had lasted the longest. Alas, this star of hope had only been able to shine brilliantly because of the brief light of hope brought about by the Yama Emperor's complete and utter self-sacrifice. The eyes of the Northern Region profound practitioner had become as red as blood. Now that their backs were truly against the wall, they had transformed into despairing beasts who focused only on killing the enemy, even if it came at the expense of their own lives. They crazily released all of the power left in their bodies as they started their final counterattack. At this time, Long Bai suddenly frowned. Now that there was only one dark barrier left, its ability to block out his spiritual senses had greatly weakened. His divine sense penetrated the barrier from a long distance away, but he did not sense Xianxia's aura as he had expected. Instead, he sensed a very unique aura, one which was very familiar to him. The eternal Heaven Pearl. After a brief moment of shock, sudden realization dawned on him. The reason why Xianxia had yet to appear had nothing to do with him entering seclusion to awaken some power. He was inside the eternal Heaven Pearl's eternal Heaven-Divine realm. "Stop attacking the barrier for now. I want you to subdue all of our enemies instead." Long Bai's voice boomed out like thunder as he gave that sudden order. The dragon monarch was finally making his move. As he shot into the air, a vast and overwhelming draconic might instantly cover the skies. Even the blood and dust swirling around the battlefield started surging toward the deep-sea royal hall after him. The dragon monarch's order caused the situation on the battlefield to change drastically. Now that the divine masters of the Western Divine region no longer needed to split their focus between their enemies and the barrier, they could use all of their might to suppress the opposition. This caused the pressure on the Northern region profound practitioners to explosively increase in a single instant. Long Yi, Long Long San, and the three dragon gods gathered their power together as they tried to take down the three Yama ancestors. Meanwhile, the three Yama ancestors did not dare to dodge this blow. The reason for this was simple. If they chose not to take this attack head-on, it would explode against the barrier and deal severe damage to it. As such, they also attacked at the same time, the Yama Devil shadows behind them howling to the skies. The two terrifying attacks crashed together and started pushing against each other, as the space around them was compressed to the point where it looked like a balloon that was about to pop. The three Yama ancestors were very much on the back foot when it came to power. When the fearsome struggle started, their expressions grew violently sinister, and their feet became nailed to the ground. They would not retreat even an inch, and only their arms, which were discharging world-ending power, were shuddering violently. Long Bai's aura had shocked everyone. The profound practitioners of the North knew that his power would be the straw that broke the camel's back if he joined the fray. No, rather than a straw, it would be the mountain that broke the camel's back. Muxuanian's eyes went cold as her figure blurred out of existence. She had used moon-splitting cascade to instantly escape the lock Long Wu's draconic aura had on her. As she reappeared again, the image of an ice phoenix appeared behind her back. The image almost seemed to be solid as it let out an extremely loud and shrill phoenix cry. The Snow Princess sword shone with a brilliant icy gleam as resplendent as any heavenly light, as it sliced apart the dragon domains of two venerable withered dragons and shot through hundreds of kilometers of space as it headed right for Long Bai. Unfortunately, the distance was simply too great. Long Bai swept his right hand forward, and a huge energy field of Imperial Draconic might unfurled from his body. When that streaking icy blue comet finally arrived, the power of his energy field was able to easily alter its trajectory. Whoosh! Ice Phoenix divine power exploded behind Long Bai as an incredibly powerful beam of rainbow-colored light pierced through the heavens and the earth to strike him. However, it didn't do the slightest bit of damage to the dragon monarch. All it had done was to slow him down a little. A storm howled in the air as the space around Long Bai violently shuddered. When he arrived, the energy wave that erupted from his body along with his oppressive might was enough to knock most Northern region profound practitioners and dragons of absolute beginning off their feet. An empty space had actually opened up around Long Bai in this blood-soaked battlefield. As Long Bai hurtled downward, the image of a claw appeared above his hand when he struck at the final barrier. The previous flurry of frenzied attacks had already caused the light of the final barrier to grow dim, and a spider web of cracks could already be seen running down its surface. The final barrier shuddered violently when the dragon monarch's claw smashed into it. A pitiful-sounding screech could be heard as a million black cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. The hearts of the profound practitioners of the North immediately fell into a deep abyss. Yan 3 gnashed his teeth as he roared, "Old ghosts, hold the fort for me." He suddenly withdrew his power as he spun around and let out a howl before he rushed at Long Bai like a rabid dog. Now that they were missing Yan 3, the pressure on Yan 1 and Yan 2 had drastically increased. The skin of their withered arms started to split and peel as black blood spurted out. Even though the situation was already unspeakably terrible, they still refused to collapse as they stubbornly fought against the power of 3 venerable withered dragons and 3 dragon gods. No one could understand how their withered and skinny bodies and arms could endure such gigantic pressure. It seemed as if the heavens and earth were flipping over with every second that passed. They had not been holding on with their own strength, but by the force of their convictions and absolute loyalty to Yun Qi. Rumble, Long Bai slammed a palm into the barrier once more. Under his vast draconic might, the barrier had already become a giant web of cracks, and it was only glowing with the last vestiges of a faint black light. Yan 3 let out a sinister cry as his fingers curved into black hooks. Violent black light erupted out of that claw as it dove straight for Long Bai's eyes. Long Bai did not even bother to turn around to meet Yan 3. He abruptly swung his right arm backward, intercepting Yan 3's dark, withered claw with a hand that was radiating a dull white light. Crack! A cracking sound so dreadful that it tore at one's soul rang through the air. The black light surrounding Yan 3's hand completely dispersed, leaving broken bone. Long Bai's powers of recovery were too scary. He, who had been quietly observing the battle thus far, had nearly recovered all of his power, and even the serious wounds that he had recently suffered were almost completely healed. Meanwhile, Yan 3 was not only covered in wounds, but he was also exhausted. So how could he possibly go against Long Bai by himself? Yan 3 let out a strange yelp as his Yama devil power surged forth once more. Yet before he could even release that power, Long Bai's draconic might had already rushed past his arm to smash into his body. Yan 3 felt an explosion go off in his head. He was only half conscious as his body was sent flying through the air like a withered leaf caught in a storm. He desperately bit down on his tongue as he was hurtling through the air and haphazardly gesticulated with both his arms. Those actions caused the still existing Yama Devil shadow that was behind him to shoot down to the ground. Yama Devil power forcibly exploded when the Yama Devil shadow hit the ground, sending many Western region divine masters flying. This also allowed a bunch of the Northern divine region's realm kings to escape from their shackles. "Stop him! Stop him!" Yan 3 hoarsely yelled with all of his might. The dragon monarch had sent his body hurtling more than 50 kilometers away, but his voice could still be heard wildly howling from the distance. Ding! Long Bai's finger smoothly pierced the barrier. As the sound of glass shattering rang in the air, the final barrier collapsed like evaporating soap bubbles. The eternal heaven pearl quietly floated in the middle of the destroyed barrier as it radiated a dim but unspeakably pure and sacred white light. The eternal heaven pearl! The eternal heaven pearl! As startled cries rang out from all around the battlefield, all the Western region's profound practitioners suddenly realized why the dragon monarch had ordered them to stop attacking the barrier. They definitely did not want to harm that divine artifact, even by accident. In the distance, Zhou Zuzi, who was barely more than a ragged corpse at this point, seemed to sense its presence as he slowly lifted his head up from the ground. When he saw that speck of incredibly weak white light, unintelligible words croaked out of his throat. Sigh. The eternal heaven pearl was right in front of Long Bai, and no one could stop him any longer. Kai Waiao slowly closed her eyes and let out the most helpless and powerless sigh of her life. However, there was still someone who had not given up yet. Just as Long Bai started walking toward the eternal heaven pearl, Tian Guhu, who had escaped his captivity thanks to Yan 3's efforts, suddenly exploded out of the pool of blood he was lying in and violently smashed into Long Bai's side. He poured all of his power into his limbs as he desperately tried to wrap them around the dragon monarch's body. Tian Muyi, who had also been kneeling in a pool of his own blood, had already fallen into despair. But when he witnessed what was happening, his body stiffened and he gave a strangled cry, "Guhu!" Bang! Long Bai's expression grew stiff and cold. He thrust a hand out, his claw instantly piercing Tian Guhu's body. He lifted him into the air and fiercely threw him to the ground, filling the air with the ear-splitting sound of bones being shattered. "Guhu!" Tian Muyi shouted miserably, his eyes bulged out of their sockets. Long Bai didn't even turn to look at his fallen assailant as he took another step. However, a cold, dark wind suddenly brushed against his back as a blood-stained arm looped around his neck. Long Bai's eyebrows sank imperceptibly. The force he had just used had been enough to shatter at least 60% of the bones in Tian Guhu's body. It should also have dealt him fatal internal injuries. Yet he still managed to bounce to his feet and leap at his back. To be honest, even Long Bai felt a ripple of shock run through his heart at Tian Guhu's actions. "Do not approach the devil, master!" Tian Guhu's arm fiercely tightened as if he was trying to break the bones of his own arm. Long Bai stopped moving as he casually reached back to place a hand on Tian Guhu's right shoulder. He gently released a wisp of draconic energy. Crack! Tian Guhu's right arm was instantly shattered into dozens of pieces. Urghhhh! Despite the unimaginable pain that was coursing through his body. Tian Guhu only let out a hoarse moan as he immediately replaced his shattered right arm with his left arm by fiercely hooking it over Long Bai's neck. White light flashed through Long Bai's eyes as draconic energy erupted from his body. Boom! Tian Guhun finally screamed within the muffled sound of an explosion. Both his arms shattered in the air, becoming a large expanse of bone fragments and blood foam. The armless body sprayed blood as it flew, smashing into a thick, sticky pool of blood. Tian Mui had clearly exhausted all of his energy to the point where he might even die from overusing it. But at this moment, an extreme power that transcended anything he had ever displayed before burst out of his body. He fiercely hurled himself at Long Bai like a despairing beast. He clearly planned to use his blood-drenched body to impede Long Bai's advance. Sect Master! We're here! The Imperial Heaven Grand Elder roared from behind as he charged along with the surviving members of the Imperial Heaven Realm. Soon, Huo Tianxing, the Great Viper Sage, and all of the higher realm kings who had escaped their captivity charged Long Bai with eyes as red as blood. Some of them fell on him from above, others tackled him from the side, and there were even some who clawed at him from the ground. One person after the other, one wave after the next. Their bodies and powers got tangled up together as they formed a solemn and tragic human wall to impede Long Bai's advance. Long Bai's body stumbled under the rush of people who were exerting power beyond life and death, beyond belief and determination. He was even pushed back a step. To the Dragon Monarch, this single step backward was undoubtedly one of the most incredible humiliations he had experienced in his life. His eyes turned dark and cold as the image of a dragon appeared around his body. A soul-shaking dragon cry reverberated through the air as he unleashed his wrathful draconic might. Boom! Cruel explosions ripped through the air as blood fountained like freshly dug geysers. The anger that was burning in Long Bai's heart had caused him to lash out with nearly all of his strength. So how could these divine masters, who were already at the end of their rope, withstand it? The wall built with the bodies of many divine masters was violently blasted apart as broken bodies and severed limbs were sent flying through the air. Half of them had simply been blasted to death, while the rest had all suffered serious injuries. The Imperial Heaven Realm King Tian Mui had been the very first person to block him, and his body had simply been shattered right then and there. He hadn't even been able to leave a single word behind. HMPH. Long Bai flung his arm out in disgust, shaking off the blood that stained his body. He was just about to take a step forward when a biting pain suddenly coursed through his leg. The bones in Tian Guhu's legs had been shattered, and his arms had been blasted to bits, so he was no longer even able to stand up straight. However, he had crawled forward and used his teeth to bite down on Long Bai's leg. Those eyes, which had clearly already lost all of their light before this, were now shining with a frightening determination. Vexation suddenly filled Long Bai's heart as he kicked Tian Guhu. A rupturing sound that was even more heart-wrenching than the last filled the air as Tian Guhu flew across the ground like a broken blood bag. He still hadn't passed out. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that he refused to let himself pass out. His head was wobbling as he continued to struggle, the sight of it tearing at everyone's heart, but this time, he wasn't able to stand up or move anymore. His injuries were extreme, and every source of his vitality and life force had been destroyed. Even if one of the ancient true gods suddenly appeared before them, they would still not be able to save him. The only reason he was still alive at this moment was because his unrelenting will refused to let him die as he stubbornly clung to the last threads of life. He had battled for Yun Qi until his last breath, until he shed his last drop of blood, just like he had vowed before. Now that there were no more flies to block his path, Long Bai grandly advanced. His eyes grew focused as he slowly stretched out a hand to the eternal heaven pearl. It was over. It was really over. This was the gloomy and most depressing thought that rang through the hearts of all the Northern Region profound practitioners at that moment. However, it was also at that moment that the white light around the eternal heaven pearl suddenly disappeared as space started to twist around it. A wave of repulsive spatial energy erupted from the pearl, It was so overwhelming that even Long Bai could not ignore it. Color drained from his face as he swiftly snatched back his hand and flew backward. Amidst the twisting space, two black figures emerged side by side, as everyone stared at them in shock. The eternal heaven pearl slowly descended from the air and landed in the upraised palm of the man before vanishing completely. What greeted him wasn't the cool and calming aura of the deep-sea realm. He was assaulted by the thick stench of blood and smoke. Xianxia calmly surveyed the area around him as the trembling Shui Meiyin gasped in shock. When he saw Xianxia's figure appear in front of him, Long Bai's eyes immediately widened to their greatest extent. Hatred, restlessness, excitement, and agitation raced in his heart, along with several other complex emotions he could not quite put a name to. He had even dreamed of ripping Xianxia to shreds in his sleep, and his dearest wish had been to inflict the most cruel tortures imaginable on Xianxia's body in the most painful way possible. Everything that he had done today was motivated far more by his desire to vent his hatred on Xianxia than it had been to destroy the devil race. However, he didn't immediately launch a wrathful strike now that Xianxia was in front of him. Instead, he took a few steps backward and roared in a thunderous voice, "Stop!" The bloody and terrible battlefield instantly stilled as the Dragon Monarch's voice boomed through the air. This was the Dragon Monarch's command, and every word he uttered was reverberating throughout every corner of their souls. No one even thought of defying that command. All of the Western region profound practitioners immediately withdrew their energies and the most terrible battle in history, a battle exclusively between those who stood at the very top of the universe, came to a forced stop in just a few minutes of time. Before everyone could even puzzle out the meaning behind the Dragon Monarch's words, he was already barking out another order. This order was also a single-word command. Retreat! The state of the Northern region profound practitioners was so miserable that even the Western divine masters had started to feel pity for them. As more and more of the Northern devils collapsed to injury or death, the already huge advantage that the Western divine region possessed quickly became overwhelming. Given the current situation, they would have been able to exterminate all of the enemy forces before too long. So this order to retreat was undoubtedly giving their enemy a free chance to rest and catch their breath. However, no one would dare to defy the Dragon Monarch's command. The divine masters of the Western divine region immediately retreated, but they did not forget to pick up the bodies of their fallen kinsmen and comrades before they left. The two armies, which had been trying to rip each other's throats out just a few moments ago, both retreated and stared at each other across the intervening distance. Even the battles happening in far-off places had stopped as the venerable withered dragons, the Kilin Emperor, and the Blue Dragon Emperor stopped fighting once they heard the Dragon Monarch's command. However, Kai Waiao and Mu Xuanian had not stopped moving. They spun around and raced down to Xianxia. The Dragon Monarch did not say anything, so Long Si and Long Wu did not move to stop them. "Your Magnificence! Your Magnificence! Your Magnificence!" When Xianxia normally heard these cries, they were always filled with a healthy vigor and an excited pride. Sadly, right now those cries were mixed with choking sobs, and most of the voices that called out to him had become hoarse and weak. Furthermore, he heard far less familiar voices, sensed far less familiar auras. Yan 1 and Yan 2 did not even bother to catch a quick breath as they rushed toward Xianxia at the fastest speed possible. Their frail and withered bodies were normally only stained with the blood of other people, but right now, they were covered with all sorts of wounds. This was especially true when it came to their arms. Most of the muscle and skin had been destroyed, displaying the white bone beneath, and even those exposed bones were full nicks and scratches. He could not imagine just how dreadful their battle must have been, and the terrifying pressure they must have had to endure throughout this period of time. A painful wheezing sound rang through the air as Yan 3 just managed to rush back to the battlefield. He immediately dropped to his knees, but all four limbs were dripping with blood, and he was gasping so hard that he looked like he was about to die from exhaustion. However, he still imposed his body between the enemy and Xianxia like some fierce guardian god. "How did this happen? How did this happen?" Shui Meiyin muttered in a dazed voice as she observed the bloody battlefield around her. When her gaze came into contact with the city floating in the distance, she whispered, "The world, Dragon City." As the master of the World Piercer, she had inherited some memory fragments from it, so how could she not recognize the World Dragon City, an artifact which the World Piercer had helped to create? This was something the creation god of the elements had gifted to the dragon god race, and it was a profound ship that should have been destroyed in that ancient war. To think that it would appear in this time and place, when she laid her eyes on it, Shui Meiyin instantly understood the cause of this hellish calamity. Her spiritual senses then came into contact with Shui Yingyu's aura. "Big sister!" she screamed in shock. She immediately rushed over to Shui Yingyu's side, all other thoughts banished from her head. Shui Yingyu was using her jade rivulet sword to prop herself up, and her blue robes were stained in dirt and blood. She stared at the misty-eyed Shui Meiyin as a small smile appeared on her beautiful but pale face. She whispered, "Meiyin, as long as you're safe, everything is fine." Now that her burden was lifted off her shoulders, Shui Yingyu's entire body immediately grew weak and limp. She was no longer able to hold out any longer as she slumped unconscious into Shui Meiyin's embrace. Long Bai stared at Yun Qi with indifferent eyes, but Yun Qi had not looked at Long Bai even once. His ice-cold divine senses chaotically swept through the area. The deep-sea divine region was no more, and only a devastated bunch of ruins remained. He then found Keizai's aura. She was completely unconscious, but she was also being protected by the Dragon Emperor of Absolute Beginning. He could not sense the aura of the 6 star gods that had answered her call, but he could sense 6 different threads of star god divine energy floating in the air around her. However, every single one of these threads of energy was as weak as a faint breeze that felt like they could disappear at any time. Xianxia Yinger had exhausted all of her energy, and even her life force had grown unspeakably weak. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that she was on death's door. The dormant Devil Emperor blood within her spoke of the resolute decision that she had made. If Xianxia Wugu had not unhesitatingly transferred his life force to her and protected her, she would have disappeared from his life before he could even return. He sensed Mu Xuanian's aura next. When he saw her figure and matched gazes with her, elation should have wildly filled his heart. However, he couldn't even feel a single ripple of joy in his heart right now, because there was something far too heavy weighing on his thoughts and emotions. The Yama Devils and Moon Eaters had been reduced to 4 people apiece, and the 9 witches were all seriously injured, Jai Xin and Jai Ling included. There were only 3 survivors among the Brahma Kings Xianxia Yinger had brought along with her, and nearly half of the dragons of Absolute Beginning had fallen. The Northern Divine Region's Realm Kings were the greatest casualties, as more than 60% of them had died. This calamity seemed to have happened in the span of a single night to Yun Qi. It was as if he had gone to sleep and woken up to this nightmarish reality. The Western Divine Region had come in full force as all 6 of their king realms were represented. 7 of the 8 dragon gods still remained, and there were the ancient draconic auras of 5 incredibly strong beings he had no knowledge of at all. "Do you feel despair?" Long Bai asked in a flat voice. He was like an exalted emperor who had arrogantly crushed a pitiful peasant underneath his heel. If he simply exerted a bit of force, he would utterly shatter the person beneath him. He wanted to see shock, astonishment, helplessness, pain, fear, despair on Yun Qi's face. Wanted to hear his pained cries, his roars of anger, wanted to witness the frenzied expression on his face as he slowly collapsed into a feral state. However, as time slowly dripped by, he felt disappointment growing in his heart. Yun Qi's face still remained cold and impassive even when he saw the dark blood pool around him like a giant lake. In fact, he was abnormally calm. The only thing that betrayed his emotions was the drops of blood silently falling from his tightly clenched fists. "Where is Xianxia?" Yun Qi whispered. He still refused to look at Long Bai, and it was as if he hadn't even heard his question in the first place. What answered him was the sound of the surviving Yama Devils and Yama Ghosts grinding their teeth together. It was only after a long pause that Yan Wu finally whispered, "Royal Father is tired. He has gone to his rest." A cold wind blew across Yun Qi's body as both Kai Weiao and Mu Xuanian landed beside him. When Kai Weiao first spotted Yun Qi emerging from the eternal Heaven-Defying realm, a scene they had been fervently hoping for since before the battle began, a dreamlike ecstasy immediately filled her heart. However, it was quashed as quickly as it had started. Yun Qi's profound energy aura was still at the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign realm. She had always thought that Yun Qi would definitely be able to break through to the Divine Master realm during the 3 years he had spent in the eternal Heaven-Divine realm. And if he entered the Divine Master realm, his power might very well transcend the limits of this current era. It would be enough to kill all of their strong foes and rescue them from their current predicament, no matter how dire things got. However, he actually hadn't managed to break through at all during the 3 years he had spent in the eternal Heaven-Divine realm. Yun-Chi! Kai Waiao sent a sound transmission to him, her grim voice echoing in his mind. Prepare to leave this place immediately. Muxunian had already stretched out a hand to grab Yun-Chi's arm. Yun-Chi didn't reply. He merely slowly and gently brushed off Muxunian's hand with his own, his face still a mask of impassivity. Now isn't the time for you to be willful, Muxunian said in a cold voice. Kai Waiao also spoke in a much softer voice. Long Bai returned to the Dragon God realm sooner than expected and immediately mobilized all of the divine masters of the Western Divine region with an extremely overbearing command. He also awakened the venerable withered dragons, 5 extremely powerful members of the Dragon God race that had lain hidden until now. Furthermore, that world dragon city that you see allowed him to move all his forces from the Dragon God realm to here in the span of 2 hours. Yun-Chi. I managed to discover all of these things in advance thanks to my link with Zhou Zuzi, so all of them had a chance to flee. However, not a single one of them chose to. All just to defend you until you could safely leave the eternal Heaven-Divine realm, all for this moment. Yun-Chi. As long as you live, the Northern Divine region will still have infinite hope. But if you die, then all of them will have died for nothing. Kai Waiao's voice grew harsh as she tightly gripped Yun-Chi's ice-cold arm, but she was still slowly and firmly pushed aside by him. Kai-and-I Wugu descended together with Kai-and-I Yinger. His aura had grown exceptionally weak and thin, and his face had become as white as a sheet of paper. But he still stood as proud as an ancient tree, his old face calm and composed. Kai-and-I Yinger had managed to recover some power from Kai-and-I Wugu's vital energy. She straightened her back with much difficulty, but she did not move toward Yun-Chi. Instead, she gritted her teeth as an incredibly fierce light flashed through her eyes, and she barked out in the harshest and cruelest of voices. Go, leave immediately. Your Magnificence, hurry up and leave. Fen Deaki groaned. Your Magnificence, leave. Yan Wu struggled to her feet. Do not let my royal father's death, all of their deaths, be in vain. Your Magnificence, please leave. The excited cries had turned into anxious pleading. They soon stopped trying to persuade him as they struggled to their feet and started to stir up all of the remaining power in their bodies. They had already personally experienced how terrifying the Western Divine region was, and the returned Devil Master's profound energy aura was still at the Divine Sovereign realm. He had finally returned after their desperate defense, but he had not brought that anticipated light of hope along with him. So right now, the only thing they could do was to use their remaining life and power to safely escort him out of this place. Leave! Ha, do you really think he can leave? The white rainbow dragon god sneered. At this point, do you actually still believe that naive daydream of yours? They had not attacked due to the dragon monarch's command, but a vast and boundless might had settled on the entire deep-sea divine region. They only needed to act to seal the fate of their enemies. None of them could even dream about escaping from this place alive. Yun-Chi still didn't show any reaction. His eyes were very slowly turning dark and grim, but his face was so calm that it was terrifying. Your Magnificence? A voice that was even weaker than a mosquito's buzz drifted out along the wind. In fact, if Yun-Chi's spiritual senses hadn't been sharp enough, he wouldn't even have heard it. Yun-Chi finally started to move, his slow and measured steps taking him to Tian Guhu's side. He squatted down and planted his palm on Tian Guhu's chest, causing a pure white light to slowly encase his entire body. When he saw the light profound energy emanating from Yun-Chi's hand, Long Bai immediately clenched his fists so hard that his fingers nearly broke. His features twisted sinisterly, and it took a long time before he finally managed to calm himself. Tian Guhu had lost his arms, and both his body and his face had been shattered. Yun-Chi could barely even bring himself to look at him. Even the white light emanating from his arm couldn't save Tian Guhu. It could only lessen his pain. The very fact that he had managed to hold on to his life until now was a miracle that moved Yun-Chi's heart. Guhu, what do you want to say? I'm listening, Yun-Chi softly asked. Tian Guhu managed to slowly open his mouth with much difficulty, and he took a long time to even croak out in a voice that was as weak as a thin mist. We people of the northern region are born in darkness and bear darkness within ourselves. However, we are not natural-born sinners. We only want to live freely under the light, just like everyone else. The world turned unbearably quiet as that extremely weak voice penetrated the hearts of all who were present. In fact, many of the Western Divine region's divine masters had started looking at Tianguhu with a complicated expression on their face. Your Magnificence, I beg you, escape from this place. I beg you, please live, for the sake of the Northern Divine region. Tears rolled down Tianguhu's bloody and shattered face. This is definitely the most selfish and unreasonable request in the world. But only you can. Tianguhu's despairing and pleading voice was violently reverberating through the deepest part of every person from the Northern Divine region. They had been condemned to the darkness for 1,000,000 years, bore the mark of sin for 1,000,000 years, resigned themselves to their cruel fate for 1,000,000 years. Even the god-emperors of their king realms had completely given up the fight, and the Devil Queen, a strange upstart who had risen to the highest echelons of power, had been forced to hole up in her dark domain for a full 10,000 years, after she probed the Eastern Divine region just once. Only the Devil Master Xianxia had given them the opportunity to overthrow their fate. In the few months that he had led them, he had truly allowed them to touch and hold on to hope. If the Devil Master lived, hope abounded. If the Devil Master met with calamity, then the Northern Divine region, whose core strength had already been destroyed today, would be plunged into eternal darkness. As such, Tianguhu used his last breath, his last tears, to make this most selfish and unreasonable request to Xianxia. There's no need to say anything else. Xianxia raised a palm, and an even more dense light, profound energy slowly descended over Tianguhu. After that, Xianxia quickly used his spiritual senses to sweep the area, but he could not sense the presence of a single aura belonging to the Imperial Heaven bloodline on this devastated battlefield. From the lowest Imperial Heaven Divine Sovereign to the Imperial Heaven Realm King Tianmui himself, all of them had died in this place. Tianguhu, listen here. Xianxia's face was still impassive as he stared straight into Tianguhu's eyes. On my name Xianxia, on my title as the Devil Master of the North, I vow that all of the people of the Northern Divine region will be able to hold their heads up in the light from this day forward. There will no longer be anyone who looks down on you or bullies you. There will no longer be anyone who will dare to view darkness, profound energy, or dark, profound practitioners as the emblem of filth and sin. You and your clansmen will not die in vain. Every drop of blood that you have shed here will not be in vain. The future generations of the Northern Divine region will forever remember that their new life was bought with the blood that was shed here today. As long as I live, the bloodline of the Imperial Heaven realm will be forever exalted. His voice was preternaturally calm. It contained no sorrow, joy, hatred, or mirth. However, every single one of those words had penetrated the ears and hearts of everyone present. The faces of all the surviving Northern region profound practitioners froze as their eyes silently misted up. This wasn't just a vow that Xianxia had made to Tianguhu. It was a vow he had made to all of them. Even if this vow seemed like an ephemeral shadow that could be scattered by a single ray of light, even if it only lasted for those few fleeting moments, all of them still desperately held on to it and believed those words. Kai-Anai Yinger, Kai Waiao, and Mu Xunian all stared at Xianxia dumbly. This was a Xianxia who was completely foreign to them, a Xianxia unlike any of the Xianxias they had ever seen before. The corners of Tianguhu's lips violently trembled as tears gushed out of his eyes like a waterfall. Your Magnificence, thank you. He used all of his remaining strength to shout in the loudest voice he could muster. After that, the eyes that he was unwilling to close slowly fluttered shut. Kinger, I'm coming to be with you. The white light vanished from Xianxia's hand. He slowly and gently withdrew his hand from Tianguhu's body, and the tips of his fingers were tinged with his still warm blood. Tianguhu, the Yama devil power in his body had been forcibly grafted onto him via Xianxia's eternal calamity of darkness, and he had paid for it by sacrificing much of his lifespan. He was a tool of vengeance that Xianxia had created using the most merciless and wicked methods, and he had forged him without a single trace of doubt or hesitation. From the moment he had stepped into the Northern Divine region, he had decided that all of its power would be used for the sake of his vengeance. When he had become Emperor of the Northern Divine region and all of their profound practitioners yelled out Devil Master and knelt at his feet, they had finally been successfully transformed into his tools of vengeance. During the battle for the Eastern Divine region, the countless deaths and injuries the Northern Divine region's forces had suffered had not moved him in the slightest. He had not even felt the smallest twinge of pain or sorrow, because that was how tools were supposed to be used. That was the fate of anyone who became a tool for someone else. Before he had found out about the Blue Pole Star's survival, he had already decided that he would climb over the backs of these corpses during their battle with the Western Divine region, all just to set the stage for his final vengeance. But at this moment, why did he feel such an intense pain in his heart? His fury was on the verge of boiling over. There has never been a realm king or god emperor that has received such worship and reverence before in the history of the god realm. Big brother Xianxia, I'm beginning to believe that these people are no longer fighting for the northern divine region alone. Perhaps they would be equally willing and eager to sacrifice their lives just for your sake alone. The words that Shui Meiyan had told him before they left for the seven-star realm once again rippled in his heart. At that time, he had immediately denied it. He just wasn't willing to admit it. That wasn't such a bad dream, Long Bai calmly said as he stared at Xianxia. He didn't see anything else besides Xianxia now that he was finally in front of him. Xianxia, the devil master of the north, it's been a long time. Heh, he, Xianxia's expression finally changed. However, he wasn't showing any anger or fear. He had started laughing. It was a demented and sinister chuckle that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Long Bai, he spoke in a slow and deliberate manner, as if savoring every word that came out of his mouth. Very good. You've done very well. During the last 3 years I spent in the eternal Heaven-Defying realm, I focused on repairing my heart and soul, slowly erasing the devilish malice that dwelled in my heart. I even managed to turn myself from 70% demon and 30% human back to 30% demon and 70% human. Xianxia paused as he slowly raised his hand, the tip of his extended finger glowing with a faint and almost indistinct light. However, you've managed to successfully let out all of the demons that I had barely managed to suppress in the very first moment I returned to this world. Tell me, how exactly should I repay you for this? I heard that you were a peak divine sovereign a few months ago when you and the northern region devil people invaded the eastern divine region. You seriously wounded Honorable Tai Yu single-handedly and defeated the moon god emperor together with that Kyanai woman of yours. This made me assume that your cultivation would improve when you emerged from the eternal heaven pearl, but Long Bai looked down on Xianxia as if judging him with a mild expression of disappointment. It seems that you are still a divine sovereign despite bearing both the power of the heretic god and the heaven-smiting devil emperor. How entirely predictable yet disappointing. Even my talons disdain the very idea of going up against a divine sovereign. Xianxia replied with the same expression and gaze as before. You wish to fight me alone. It will be a boring and laughable fight, but Long Bai raised an arm, and an astounding pressure slammed down even though he hadn't unleashed his draconic aura at all. You must die by my own hands. Tui. Yan3 spat bloody spittle on the ground before stepping forward angrily. You'll have to walk over my corpse first before, get lost, said Xianxia indifferently. Yan3 immediately withdrew his neck and his foot. Very well. Xianxia slowly clenched his fingers into a fist. His expression was still calm and collected, but only he knew that the rage scalding his heart and soul was like a million devils screaming for release, and that he could lose control over them at any moment. That is true. There are some very boring and laughable things in this world that have to be done regardless of one's personal feelings. Xianxia slowly stepped toward Long Bai despite the scared and worried expressions on the northern region profound practitioners. If you wish to fight me alone this much, then I, the northern region devil master Xianxia, shall grant you this favor. He'll grant him this favor. Ha 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 ha. The dragon gods, dragon sovereigns, and western region god emperors all laughed like crazy when they realized what they had just heard. He might be the northern region devil master that the devil people had fought to the death to protect. But it did nothing to change the fact that he was just a level 10 divine sovereign. How could they not laugh at his ridiculous statement? In fact, they were even starting to wonder if Xianxia had broken under the sheer desperation and pressure he was facing and had lost his mind. HMPH. Long Bai exhaled slowly. I suppose you deserve a favor for what you've done for the primal chaos back then. Do enjoy it while it lasts. The amount of time you'll be able to hold out directly translates to the amount of time your devilish pets will be able to breathe. The moment he finished speaking, he took one step forward and unleashed his draconic power in full, causing almost all the profound practitioners from both sides to shudder violently. The weaker ones had to take a step backward, and the heavily injured ones were even knocked to the ground and bled from the inside. Long Bai said slowly, "This is my battle with Xianxia. No one is to interfere no matter what happens. Both the Northern Region Profound Practitioners and the Western Region Profound Practitioners were stunned by this. The Sky Dragon God blurted, "But my lord, a defeated, drenched dog like him do not deserve." The pure dragon god seized his arm before he could finish and said, "Shut up. Anyone who dares to ignore my order will pay for it." Long Bai's warning was as alarming as it was intimidating. The words sounded like a ridiculous joke, but his tone was anything but that. The Sky Dragon God immediately shut his mouth and broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, even the slowest person had come to the realization that Long Bai wasn't attacking Xianxia just because he was the dragon monarch, and the latter was the devil master. There obviously existed a deep, personal grudge between the two. When they recalled the Devil Queen's earlier taunts and put two to two together, the possibility flashed across everyone's mind, but was extinguished as quickly as it came. They didn't dare to let even a single trace of their blasphemous thoughts slip through their mouths or their expressions. The few people who knew the truth, such as Kai Weiao, Xianxia Yinger, and Xianxia himself, weren't surprised that Long Bai would want to fight the latter alone at all. After all, it was the only way the jealousy-maddened dragon could vent the pure hatred he had been accumulating in his heart for the past couple of years. Only by crushing Xianxia in every way possible with his own two hands could he finally regain some shreds of his pathetic pride and balance. One only needed to look at his lack of expression when the Western Divine Region had utterly crushed the Northern Divine Region a moment ago to know that it was true. All he had felt during that battle was impatience and irritation. Finally, his expression was calm and his draconic aura was silent. However, his seemingly relaxed fingers were really so taut they could break with just a bit more force. "All of you move to the back." At the same time, Xianxia made a similar order. "Anyone who interferes with my battle with Long Bai will be punished severely." Xianxia's declaration stunned every Northern Region Profound Practitioner besides the three Yama ancestors who never questioned his orders. They all looked hesitant because their greatest desire, and the very reason they fought up until this point, was to deliver him safely away from this place, no matter the cost. With that in mind, how could they allow him to face the terrible Long Bai alone? Kai Weiao shot Xianxia a long look, but didn't try to change his mind or even confirm his intentions. Raising an arm and pushing out a gentle gust of dark energy, she said, "Do as the Devil Master says. His Magnificence's order cannot be denied, and this is his battlefield. We don't have the right to interfere." Xianxia Yinger staggered her way to Kai Weiao before falling on top of the Devil Queen. Somehow, she was able to find the strength to grab her arm in a vice grip and say, "What are you doing?" "Believe in him," Kai Weiao said. "It's not a matter about believing in him or not." A bitter-looking Xianxia Yinger clenched her teeth so tightly she could shatter them. "You and Muke Shunian absolutely have the strength to send him away from here. You two can turn that risk into no risk at all. If not for him, then think of everyone who has sacrificed to come this far. Are you going to let them die for nothing?" Kai Weiao's lips parted. She didn't realize that she had clenched her hands into fists. The normally decisive woman was hesitating greatly. She had never seen Xianxia looking this certain in her life. However, she didn't know if his confidence was driven by good reason or complete insanity. Nor could she ignore the fact that he was, without a doubt, still a level 10 divine sovereign. "He won't," a soft, girlish voice suddenly entered her ears. It was Shui Meiyin murmuring while covering her slumped sister with her aura. "Big brother Xianxia won't let their sacrifices be for nothing. He will never." She carried Shui Yingyu and flew away after that. Her reply affirmed Kai Weiao's resolve, and she spoke while lifting several grievously wounded Northern Region Profound Practitioners with her aura. "Move. We obey the Devil Master's order." Both sides retreated from the center of the deep-sea god realm. Soon, Xianxia and Long Bai were the only ones left. "Come," said Long Bai while putting his arms behind his back. His heart screamed for blood and wanted nothing more than to tear Xianxia to pieces right here and now. But his pride, arrogance, manhood, status, and reputation all stopped him from making the first move. The heaven-smiting Devil Emperor sword winked into existence with a black flash. Xianxia grabbed the weapon and said, "Grab your weapon." "Weapons are beneath me," Long Bai said indifferently. "Is that so?" Xianxia actually put away his weapon after replying. Then his gaze landed on Long Bai's solar plexus and he said, "Oh, you were hurt." Xianxia's eyes darkened and he raised his right arm with a burst of profound energy. A A stunning, fiery light appeared around his right fist, and he punched himself in the solar plexus to the shock of everyone. PCKBOOM. The blow was so devastating that it penetrated his internal organs. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his solar plexus, his back, and his mouth at the same time. Your magnificence? Xianxia! Confused cries erupted from behind him. Forget the Northern Region Profound practitioners. Even the Western Region Profound practitioners couldn't understand what the hell he was doing. Of all the things they imagined that he would do against the terrible Long Bai, mutilating himself was the absolute last thing in their minds. It was no superficial self-harm either. It was a blow through the solar plexus. The heart-piercing wound Long Bai received earlier was tiny to begin with. Also, enough time had passed that nearly half of it was fully healed. Meanwhile, Xianxia's self-inflicted wound was obviously worse than Long Bai's in every way. Even if it wasn't, it was a perfectly fresh wound. It would surely affect his vitality and profound energy drastically. Is he insane? The myriad manifestations God Emperor asked. Ha, he must be. The Hui Dragon Emperor snorted in disdain. Or maybe this is his way to buy himself some pride knowing that he would lose horribly. He. Looks like the so-called Devil Master is just a 30-year-old brat after all. How childish and pitiful can you be? The 5 venerable withered dragons were frowning, however. It was because Xianxia's level 10 Divine Sovereign Profound Energy was as strong as a level 10 Divine Master's. Although they had heard about this from Long Bai and the Dragon Gods, they had to see it to believe it. They couldn't help but be shocked by the transcendent sight they just saw. Long Bai didn't say anything. His only reaction was curling his lips into the glimmer of a sneer. It didn't take much imagination to know just how painful it was to be on the receiving end of an attack that went through the heart. However, Xianxia's expression remained perfectly neutral, almost as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. He puffed up his blood-drenched chest in no time and stared back at Long Bai. Now it's almost fair. Let us begin. Boom. With that, Xianxia gathered all his profound energy into his right fist and rushed toward Long Bai like a tornado. The dragon god didn't use weapons because their physical bodies and strength were superior to almost everything in the primal chaos. More accurately, their talons were already the greatest weapons they could possibly wield. To use anything else would only be detrimental to them. On the other hand, Xianxia had seriously injured himself and abandoned his own weapon. Worse, he decided to punch Long Bai directly instead of using his greatest powers, darkness and fire. No matter how you looked at it, he was working hard to dig his own grave. All 7 dragon gods looked at the Devil Master scornfully. While Xianxia's profound energy was as abnormally strong as the rumors claimed, the idea of hitting the dragon monarch's body with pure strength was, they could already imagine what was going to happen next. Long Bai still didn't react to Xianxia's violent action. He hadn't even moved his hands from behind his back. He let Xianxia's fist fly toward his face. Boom! Xianxia's fist struck the space above Long Bai's forehead. There was no darkness or fire, but it was still the power of a peak divine master. The entire world shuddered beneath its explosion. Space shattered and dust flew everywhere. However, not only did Long Bai not move from his spot, his head only tilted around 3 inches backward. It was because a faint layer of white light was stopping Xianxia's fist from reaching him. The Western Region Profound practitioners looked on with scorn and pity on their faces. The Northern Region Profound practitioners felt their hearts stop. To the latter, it was obviously a most despairing sight. It's that unnatural white light again? Kai Weiao muttered to herself. Long Bai's expression didn't change in the slightest. He looked as if he was punched by a powerless child, not the Northern Region Devil Master. He stared at Xianxia like someone would stare at a dying, struggling larva. Have you realized how laughable you are? Xianxia's face didn't warp into the astonishment or panic he was expecting to see. Instead, his lips stretched into an eerie sneer. Good question. Boom! Suddenly, Xianxia's spent energy defied common sense and erupted greater and stronger than it was before. At the same time, a pale, profound energy exploded across Long Bai's forehead. The layer of white light surrounding Long Bai suddenly disappeared, and even his protective energy withdrew like a shameflant. Rumble. There was a thunderous impact, and Long Bai's forehead crumpled inward like some sort of balloon. Not only that, the terrifying energy sent him spinning through the air before smashing into the ground hard. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth split, and the dust clouds floated. The ground was plowed at least 15 kilometers before Long Bai's body finally came to a stop. Crushing dust clouds flew as eyeballs threatened to explode from their sockets. Neither Northern Region nor Western Region profound practitioners dared to believe what they just saw. Bang! The earth suddenly became ripped in half as Long Bai shot to the sky before falling slowly back to the ground. His face was expressionless, his clothes were perfectly clean, and his appearance seemed as magnificent as ever. The embarrassing look from a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. It was almost as if he hadn't been punched so hard that he uncontrollably plowed the ground for 15 kilometers straight. What? The Western Region Divine Master's eyeballs were still bulging even now. The dragon gods and dragon sovereigns looked like they wanted to say something, but didn't dare to, although Long Bai looked perfectly unharmed, even untouched by the dust on the battlefield. Right now, they all saw how his forehead crumpled inward where Xianxia had punched him. There was nothing tougher in the world than a dragon's bones, and the toughest bone in a dragon's body was without a doubt the skull. So how did a mere human punch it so hard that it crumpled inward? The skull of the dragon monarch, no less. In the end, they chose to tell themselves that what they saw was an illusion caused by the distortion of space. It was the only possibility. Meanwhile, all the Northern Region profound practitioners were staring at the scene with their mouths agape. Their greatest profound practitioners had fought Long Bai just a moment ago, and they all saw how abnormally strong he was. It was why they found it even harder to believe that their devil master had sent the dragon monarch flying with a single punch. Their shock was so much greater than their joy that they had even forgotten to cheer for their devil master. "How is this possible?" Long Wu muttered in obvious disbelief as his gaze became fixed on Xianxia's person. All 5 venerable withered dragons were stunned by the scene. They didn't recover even after a long time had passed. His draconic energy suddenly crumbled earlier. Did he do it on purpose? Long Yi asked in a soft voice. The venerable withered dragons couldn't speak for the others, but they were certainly strong enough to sense that at least 30% of Long Bai's draconic energy had suddenly dissipated when Xianxia's power erupted. It has to be, but I don't know why, replied Long HMPH. An expressionless Long Bai let out a soft snort as he stared at Xianxia. He said in a cool and intimidating voice, "Looks like you did grow somewhat while you were inside the eternal Heaven-Defying realm after all. Not bad." Long Bai maintained a lofty appearance despite having been sent flying in the first exchange. He spoke as if he was praising a junior, as if he had purposely shown weakness to gauge Xianxia's strength. Right as he finished speaking, though, a warm sensation suddenly flooded his nose. Blood jetted from his nostrils despite his effort to suppress it as quickly as he could. In fact, his interference caused them to erupt right in front of his nostrils and dye his white robes red. It instantly destroyed the unconcerned image he was trying to present. "By all means, please continue your act," Xianxia said with a sneer. "It is so much better than that time you kneeled in front of the heaven-smiting devil emperor like an obedient pet. I cannot help but feel disgusted by it." Ha, H-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-A. Kang Shishin suddenly burst into a mad laugh while clutching his chest. Every bout tore at his wounds and made him bare his teeth in pain, but still he laughed so hard that he was rocking back and forth. The Western Region dragon gods shot him angry and murderous glares. But not only did he not restrain himself, he laughed even harder and continued to the point where he was nearly out of breath. He had never seen Long Bai looking this ugly in his life. It was such a bizarre scene that it was beyond his ability to describe. Kang Shishin's mad laughter shook the Northern Region profound practitioners out of their shock and made someone laugh. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and soon the entire god realm was ringing with uproarious laughter. The expressions of the Western Region profound practitioners, especially the dragon gods, turned ugly. They would have attacked already if it wasn't for the dragon monarch's order. The dragon monarch's expression remained unmoved despite the ear-piercing laughter. After wiping the blood stain away with his hand, he abruptly launched himself toward Xianxia. Buzz Long Bai's face was still devoid of emotion, but everyone could sense the anger behind his attack. When he threw a punch at the Devil Master just like the latter did earlier, space itself suddenly squeezed like a vice, and the world trembled before his draconic aura. It was the greatest power in the current world after all. The draconic energy that suppressed all living beings and controlled the entire primal chaos. The Northern Region profound practitioners' breathless laughter ceased abruptly when a kind of suffocation like nothing they had ever felt before pressed against their faces. Their hearts immediately became dyed in deep fear and worry. Xianxia's clothes and hair flapped wildly to the storm that was flying his way. But instead of dodging out of the way, he met Long Bai's punch with a punch of his own. Moreover, he still wasn't using his darkness profound energy. Fool! All 7 dragon gods said the same word at the exact same time. The power of a dragon god was so strong that it crushed everything. At its peak, even profound arts were just shackles that limited its power. Given the choice, no one in the entire world would dare to challenge the dragon god race to a contest of strength, much less the dragon monarch himself. One human and one dragon's power clashed violently amidst countless gazes. All the space within 50 kilometers of the point of impact warped, distorted, and finally exploded into countless shards, leaving behind countless shuddering black scars. Xianxia and Long Bai were frozen at the center of the distortion. Their strength looked to be equal, and neither had backed a step away from the other. What? Every Western region profound practitioner exclaimed in shock. What the hell is going on? The Jade Dragon God growled. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xianxia had endured Long Bai's strength head-on with just pure profound energy. Not only that, the mist of blood hovering around his chest and back area reminded everyone that he had accomplished the feat after having injured himself. Long Bai's eyebrows were twitching slightly. At this point, even he couldn't maintain a lofty and indifferent appearance any longer. Rumble. The two separated only when a spatial storm descended, and the colliding energies reached the final stage of the explosion. At the same time, a soul-stunning dragon's roar cut through the air. The thick, white image of a dragon's talons appeared behind Long Bai's arm. Then, Long Bai made a swipe for Xianxia's solar plexus. The fact that the pale image appeared meant that Long Bai was going all out this time. Xianxia's expression darkened, and he clenched his fingers tighter. Energy flooded his right arm as he punched a second time. Boomcrack. It sounded like the crack of 1,000,000 thunderbolts. Hundreds of kilometers away, half of the Divine Masters watching the fight abruptly lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. The world also shuddered visibly to the impact. Even so, Xianxia and Long Bai were still frozen in the middle of the gigantic spatial storm. The dragon gods and the dragon sovereigns felt like their hearts were tearing apart in shock. Xianxia still hadn't taken a step backward after receiving a furious, full-powered attack from Long Bai. Heh. Xianxia finally cracked an icy, malicious smile at Long Bai and said, "This cannot possibly be your full power, right, Long Bai?" For the first time, Long Bai's features warped a little at the taunt. "I thought the dragon god race is supposed to be unparalleled in both strength and body in all of the primal chaos." Xianxia continued to taunt him. "You're a 300,000-year-old dragon, and you cannot even beat a 30-ish-year-old human in your best area. You call yourself the dragon monarch. Even I have to feel embarrassed on your behalf." Bang. A loud bang abruptly separated the two. Xianxia was able to catch himself after a backflip, but Long Bai slid at least several kilometers through the air before he was able to stop himself. Roar. This time there was no pause between exchanges. Before the spectators could collect themselves, an even greater roar shook the world, and the image of a pale dragon appeared behind Long Bai. The draconic pressure he exuded was stunningly powerful in the first place, but now it was outright suffocating. The half-transparent talons covering his hands became more solid as well. The entire god realm was engulfed in the pressure of the dragon monarch. When Long Bai rushed Xianxia again, it felt like the world itself was falling on him. "My lord is truly angry now," said the pure dragon god. "What is up with Xianxia's energy?" The white rainbow dragon god sounded like he still hadn't recovered from the shock. Xianxia looked up at Long Bai with icy eyes. Although the dragon monarch had unleashed his full power, the devil master still didn't use anything besides pure profound energy and strength. Bang, bang, boom, power clashed against power. Holes appeared in the sky and the ground gave way. The clash between the fully unleashed dragon monarch and the devil master, who was only employing pure profound energy and strength, ripped even greater chunks from the already ruined 10 directions deep-sea god realm. Even the tiniest breeze from the storm of energy was capable of sundering the world like paper. It was terrifying, to say the least. 1, 2, 10, 100. Hundreds of rays of profound energy cut through the sky. Hundreds of explosions rocked the star realm and deafened the ears. Both combatants were still fighting, however. The dragon monarch had failed to crush the self-handicapped devil master despite going all out. "Back off, we need to back off some more." There were too many Northern Region profound practitioners who were seriously injured during the earlier battle. They were already pretty far away from the battle, but the shockwaves were still too dangerous. Kai Waiao spread her devilish aura and urged everyone to back off another 150 kilometers, but her dark, shining eyes never left the two profound practitioners doing battle in the sky. It was around this time Xianxia Yinger murmured, "His cultivation obviously hasn't progressed by much, but why is his power so much stronger than before?" She was one of, if not the most knowledgeable people regarding the limits of Yun Qi's profound cultivation and strength. However, she couldn't explain how he was like a whole new person despite spending less than 3 years in the eternal Heaven-Defying realm, and not having broken through to the Divine Master realm. Shui Meiyin whispered, "Big Brother Yun Qi was able to reach the absolute peak of Divine Sovereign realm just a year after he entered the eternal Heaven-Defying realm. However, he wasn't able to progress further after that. He told me that the heretic god had set up some sort of seal inside his profound veins, because his stepping into the Divine Master realm would absolutely surpass the ability of this world's laws to withstand it. In other words, Big Brother Yun Qi at level 10 Divine Sovereign Realm already stands at the absolute peak of the primal chaos. There is no one and nothing in the world who can surpass him." Shui Meiyin continued with a smile. Since he couldn't progress further in his profound cultivation, he went on to study 2 types. Actually, they're both the same, of power during the final 2 years inside the eternal Heaven-Divine realm. He was able to master them completely. His complete mastery over this power allowed him to ascend his profound strength, physical strength, and soul strength to a whole new level. This is especially true when he goes up against a member of the dragon race. To put it simply, his power against any dragon is absolutely crushing. Shui Meiyin's final word left Xianxia Yinger, Muke Shunian, and Kai Waiao shaking. The dragon monarch was someone who could blow away the combined might of the Yama ancestors with his physical strength alone. However, Yun Qi was able to trade blows with Long Bai evenly, even though the pressure of his profound energy, impressive as it might be, was obviously weaker than Long Bai's. Now they finally knew why. Boom! Yun Qi's fist met Long Bai's talons in the collapsing sky. Long Bai had lost all control of his expression at this point. His features were scrunched up together in a volcanic visage of fury, and his eyes had lost all their calmness. Meanwhile, Yun Qi was still sneering the same sneer he had worn from the very beginning. "I guess this really is your limit." Yun Qi's tone was tinged with disappointment. "I really thought you had something more when you put your hands behind your back, puffed up your chest like a cock, and stared like you were the almighty god of the primal chaos or something. But no, you're just a clown whose sole purpose is to entertain the masses." Bang! Great strength erupted from Long Bai's arm again, but Yun Qi received it without giving an inch. Yun Qi's eyes narrowed as he stared at the mysterious white light enveloping Long Bai's arm and body. The Dragon Monarch, strongest dragon god in the history of the dragon gods. It was such a bright and shiny title, wasn't it? In that case, do you remember who was the one who granted it to you in the first place? The one who extended your poor life 300,000 years longer than it should have been. Yun Qi's words thrust right through the weakest and most untouchable part of his heart and soul. His pupils shrank like they were pricked by a needle. Even this special light draconic energy that protects you is a gift of hers, not a product of your own efforts. Yun Qi's eyes grew even colder. For 300,000 years, she blessed you with her powers, tempered your body with the divine water of life, and made you far stronger than any one of your peers could possibly hope to achieve. Not only that, the power of the divine miracle of life inside the liquid eventually merged with your draconic energy to form this impenetrable shield of divine power, the one thing that turned your legend of invincibility into reality. You could have kept her safe for another 100 lifetimes, and you still wouldn't be able to repay everything she did for you. But the killing intent that Yun Qi had kept under tight rein up, until this point abruptly pierced Long Bai's pupils as his fist stretched into a claw and grabbed Long Bai's shielded talons. "You think you deserve her power of protection?" Bang. There was a near imperceptible noise, and the white energy surrounding Long Bai's body vanished without warning. Just like that time he was sent flying by Yun Qi's punch. The root of his unnatural protection aura was his continuous usage of the divine water of life, and accumulating the power of the divine miracle of life in his body for 30,000 years. To everyone else, the barrier was practically the barrier of despair. Even top-tier profound practitioners like Kai Weiao had to use every trick in the book before they were finally able to dispel it, and then only temporarily. For Yun Qi, the man who had fully mastered the divine miracle of life, it was something he could dispel with the flick of a finger. An odd gleam flashed across Yun Qi's eyes after the white light surrounding Long Bai had dissipated. At the same time, the dragon monarch's draconic aura abruptly withdrew like a tidal wave. Crack! All 5 of his fingers and his wrist were snapped just like that. The sound of breaking bones was so crisp that it nearly shattered a couple of eardrums. At the same time, he fell from the sky and hit the ground like a meteor. Yun Qi vanished temporarily into the clouds during this time. When he reappeared, his profound energy was no longer the colorlessness of pure profound energy. It was black, so black that it frightened the soul. His expression had also changed from a cool sneer into a murderous snarl. He looked like he was possessed by a cruel devil. Bai burrowed deep into the ground he crashed into. Above him, Yun Qi descended at high speed and with enough darkness profound energy to turn the space within 500 kilometers of him ice cold. Yun Qi was already beating Long Bai just by using his profound energy and physical strength alone. The dark power that hailed from the ancient devil emperor herself could only be stronger. At the very least, all 7 dragon gods were stunned by what they felt from the encroaching darkness. "Get lost!" Suddenly, a white figure shouted and charged toward Yun Qi. The draconic blast was obviously unleashed in haste, but it was still an incredible power. It was the white rainbow dragon god choosing to interfere with the battle. Yun Qi shot the dragon god a sideways glance, redirecting his darkness profound energy against the draconic blast. A dull bang later, the white rainbow dragon god retreated, and Yun Qi backflipped a short distance before descending on the ground. Bang! The pit Long Bai had sunk into erupted. Then the dragon monarch emerged once more. His expression was shockingly dark, so dark that even the dragon gods themselves had only seen it a couple of times their whole lives. Still, he was able to keep his emotions from seeping into his aura. Heh, Yun Qi let out a cold chuckle. Is it just me, or do you prefer naughty dogs, Long Bai? Or maybe the pride, honor, and control you value so much are worth no more than a dog's fart? Yun Qi stretched out his little finger before pointing downward. Face crawling with the kind of disdain that was normally reserved for a disgusting worm, he said, "How revolting, how despicable. I went so far as to wound myself for the sake of fairness, but the dragon gods you supposedly command would interfere with a sacred duel. One-on-one fight, my ass, Tui." "Silence," the white rainbow dragon god said heavily. "A lowly devil person like you doesn't have the right to shame the dragon god bloodline." "My lord." He faced toward the dragon monarch next and said, "The devil's scum are already on their last legs. We are one step away from annihilating them all. You don't need to exert yourself, much less stain your hands with their filthy blood." The dragon gods were without a doubt the ones who were the most stunned by the outcome of Yun Qi and Long Bai's battle. If Long Bai truly suffered a horrible defeat at Yun Qi's hands, it would be a huge blow to his and the dragon god's reputation. That was why the white rainbow dragon god had decided to act and interrupted the battle. "Oh no, that idiot," the pure dragon god muttered to herself while staring at Long Bai's back. In the end, her fear won over her desire to speak out on behalf of the white rainbow dragon god. Crack. After Long Bai had pushed his fingers back into place, he abruptly slapped the white rainbow dragon god violently across the face. Boom! It was just a slap, but the resulting detonation of energy sounded like the crumbling of a gigantic mountain. Caught completely off guard, the white rainbow dragon god crashed into the ground so hard that a shower of blood jetted out of his wounds. This was probably the most brutal slap in the history of the god realm. After all, it had crumpled a dragon god's left cheek and sent half of his teeth clattering across the floor. The white rainbow dragon god couldn't see or hear for a couple of seconds. His head buzzed like there were a million flies in it. When he finally regained his consciousness and returned to a world of pain, the dragon monarch had brought down his leg right on top of the right arm he used to attack Yun Qi earlier. Crack! The bones had snapped like a fragile twig. The arm of a dragon god was usually unbreakable, but not when the attacker was the dragon monarch himself. The white rainbow dragon god stiffened for a second before letting out a blood-curdling scream. When his gaze touched the dragon monarch's, he saw a terrifying look he had never seen in his monarch's eyes. It was dark and overflowing with killing intent. "My lord!" The white rainbow dragon god dared not resist or struggle despite the distressing pain that was throbbing from his head and arm. He begged, "Please forgive." Longbai's gaze on the white rainbow dragon god was so brutal that it would haunt all those who saw it for many days to come. The fury and hatred that were just a hair away from bursting through Longbai's discipline kept the rest of the dragon gods as still and as quiet as they could be. In response to the white rainbow dragon god's begging, Longbai raised his leg into the air before stepping down in one brutal motion. Boomcrack! Another blood-curdling scream worse than even the one from before pierced through the air. The sound of flesh and bone giving way to violent power caused sick trepidation in everyone's hearts. When Longbai withdrew his leg, everyone thought that he was going to let the dragon god go. However, he defied their expectations and stepped down on the latter's solar plexus next. Pwack! The white rainbow dragon god's chest crumpled inward, and his chest bones either bent or broke completely. At the same time, his head shot up, and a jet of blood that flew at least 3 kilometers away burst through his lips. My lord," the Azure dragon god blurted. "HMPH." Still glaring at the writhing dragon god beneath his feet, he spoke in a voice that was as cold as the abyss itself. "Who gave you the gall to disobey me, dog?" Pupils widened to the point of breaking. The white rainbow dragon god stuttered through blood-drenched lips. "White rainbow, impudent, please forgive my lord." Bang. Finally, Longbai kicked him into the distance before turning away in disgust. It almost looked like he was kicking away a pair of disgusting shoes. The Jade Dragon God and the Sky Dragon God hurriedly rushed forward to catch the White Rainbow Dragon God. Just as they received him gently, Longbai's icy voice rang beside their ears. "Anyone who disobeys my order again will face 10 times that punishment." Not a single person chose to respond to his threat. The scene was as cold as it was silent. Forget the Western region divine masters. Not even the dragon gods had ever seen such a scary Longbai. Half of the reason Longbai had punished White Rainbow so severely was because he was that angry. The other half was because he was venting. Clap, clap, clap. Xianxia clapped his hands slowly while praising. As expected of the bones of a dragon god, they sound perfectly crisp when they snap. It's too bad that nothing will change the fact that your word and your honor are worth as much as a dog's fart, though. Not even if your dragon god realm kowtows 10 times to me now. HMPH? The demonic fury that seized Longbai earlier gradually faded as he walked step by step toward Xianxia. Your growth is truly surprising considering the lengths you went to conceal your draconic energy back then, Xianxia. Xianxia. As a human, it is impressive that you are able to master a dragon's energy to this extent. However, a white gleam appeared from Longbai's eyes as he stopped in his tracks. "You don't think that it is enough to suppress my power, do you?" Longbai's words came as a shock to everyone in the dragon god realm. "I knew it." Longya looked up sharply. It wasn't a false feeling, and it definitely wasn't because the dragon monarch had slipped up on purpose. Not only does Xianxia possess the blood of the dragon god, the fact that the dragon monarch's power crumbled before it means that bloodline suppression. Long San's response caused every dragon god, dragon sovereign, master dragon, and his own peers to shiver from the bottom of their souls. Even worse, as much as 30% of his power was suppressed by Xianxia's bloodline. Longbai's draconic power was earth-shattering. But the 5 venerable withered dragon had noticed, since the very first exchange, that 30% of Longbai's power would crumble on its own when it got close to Xianxia, to quote a saying. It was like a bird who played dead when it heard the sound of a bow twang. Longxi muttered, "It takes 10 times or higher the purity to achieve a 30% suppression. Is that even possible?" Long Wu muttered dazedly. Not only did the Devil Master possess the bloodline of the dragon gods, the purity of his blood was 10 times above Longbai's or higher. This was the dragon monarch they were talking about. The dragon gods knew that Xianxia possessed the dragon god's bloodline and divine soul a long time ago. But to say that his bloodline was 10 times purer than even their dragon monarchs. How could they believe it, much less accept it? "Northern Region Devil Master," Longya suddenly asked, "where did your dragon god bloodline originate from?" Xianxia didn't even bother to look in the venerable withered dragon's direction, much less answer him. It was as if Longya didn't possess the right to get any response out of him at all. Instead, he raised his palm toward Longbai and said, "Is that so? You can try it if you want." Longbai's fingers tightened as he lowered his gaze. He murmured as if he was speaking to himself, "It would be all too easy to destroy you and the northern divine region. The only reason you are still laughing is because you must die by my own hands. Your sins can never be forgiven. Rumble, he flew into the sky and shone like the sun. A moment later, a berserk roar shattered the sky and blotted the actual sun itself. As the sky darkened, a vast, seemingly endless pressure fell down from the sky. For the second time, Long Bai had revealed his 30,000-meter-tall true form and unleashed his full power. Ah! The northern region profound practitioners cried out in panic. Every single one of them had seen with their own eyes just how terrifying Long Bai was in his true form. Even the Yama ancestors suddenly found themselves unable to breathe. And the most injured of them all, Yan 3 stumbled and spewed out a bit of blood. Unforgivable sinner, I will bury you in hell for eternity by my own hands. The dragon monarch's voice resounded through the air. Anyone who heard it would know of his deep hatred and obsession instantly. The obsession to slay Xianxia by his own hands. The reason a dragon god would assume a human form was to minimize the amount of energy they were losing. However, it was also a shackle upon their own strength. Now that he had unleashed his true form, though, there was no way Xianxia could suppress him any longer, was there? The seemingly boundless pressure concentrated on Xianxia. Another divine sovereign would have crumbled in both body and soul in just a couple of breaths already. However, not only did Xianxia not look pressured in the slightest, a low chuckle escaped his throat. You think you deserve to be called a dragon god? You think you can call yourself a monarch in my presence? Xianxia suddenly tilted his neck backward and let out a low hiss. The blood of the dragon god inside his body started circulating swiftly, and the draconic aura he had kept hidden all this time showed itself completely. Gronnn. For a second, everyone felt like they had just heard the sound of an ancient dragon roaring inside their souls. The release of the draconic aura had caused the air itself to come to a standstill, and the terrible pressure pressing down on Xianxia's body to dissipate like a pathetic gust of wind. The dragon monarch's presence could be felt throughout the entire god realm, except around Xianxia. It was as if he had conjured some sort of absolute domain that repelled any intruding force absolutely, even if it came from the dragon monarch himself. Ah, this is... Shock, fear, terror, the 5 venerable withered dragons turned as white as a sheet. The 7 dragon gods looked thunderstruck. The dragon sovereigns and master dragons were literally shaking in disbelief. They could be mistaken about many things, but they physically couldn't mistake the aura of a dragon god for something else. In terms of pressure, Xianxia's draconic aura was inferior to Long Bai's. In terms of purity and richness, Xianxia's dragon god blood was so much better that they would rather shred their own souls than believe their senses. It was terrifying to the point where they didn't even dare to probe or even touch it with their spiritual perception. Longyu was the oldest dragon god of his kind. His shock far surpassed the others as well. It was because Xianxia's bloodline purity and richness exceeded even the dragon god ancestor who founded the dragon god realm in the first place by far. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Longyu muttered dazedly to himself again and again. He felt like he had been pulled into some sort of ridiculous dream. Even Long Bai had suddenly frozen in midair, his shock so overwhelming that it overrode even his hatred temporarily. Over time, it turned into confusion and disbelief. When he was fighting Xianxia in his human form earlier, he was both surprised and not surprised that Xianxia's dragon god aura was able to overwhelm his dragon god aura. After all, he knew since as early as the profound god convention that Xianxia possessed a very refined dragon god bloodline. At the time, he had even offered to take Xianxia as his adopted son. Later on, he met Xianxia alone and got confirmation from Xianxia himself that the blood running in his veins had belonged to the ancient dragon gods. He had even probed it in secret just to see just how refined it really was. It was pure, but it wasn't rich, so to speak. However, Long Bai could never have imagined that the primordial Azure dragon not only gifted Xianxia his divine blood and soul, but also the current world's one and only dragon god marrow. The dragon god marrow would automatically produce dragon god blood every second of the day. Xianxia's dragon god bloodline grew richer even when he was asleep. This was why Xianxia never released his dragon god's aura carelessly despite relying heavily on his dragon god's body. He was afraid that the dragon god realm would become aware of his growing aura. The dragon god's bloodline might win him the favor of the dragon god realm, but the dragon god marrow. No matter how ascetic the dragon monarch was, there was no way he could have resisted the temptation. As far as Long Bai knew, Yun Qi's dragon god bloodline hadn't changed from what it was a couple of years ago. That was why he was absolutely certain that his true self would be able to shake off the suppression, even if Yun Qi's bloodline was the origin blood of the primordial dragon god. When Yun Qi unleashed his draconic aura in full, though, his heart beat madly and his draconic energy shivered. He even felt a flash of panic that made absolutely no sense to him. Worse, the feeling that he was suppressed grew even stronger than before. Qi fully released his draconic energy. Long Bai's last bit of confidence started to collapse. His field of draconic energy had been thrown into disarray, and even his roars had grown exceptionally wild and frenzied. The 5 venerable withered dragons, who had cut themselves off from the world a long time ago, thought that nothing would ever be able to surprise them any longer. However, every single one of their faces had gone pale from extreme shock. Yun Qi's aura had transcended. No, it had already far transcended the dragon god aura of their founding ancestor. HMPH, what a pathetic ploy. Long Bai's voice boomed down from the skies above. You dare to use an illusionary aura that you created with the heretic god's power to show off in front of me? How could Long Bai believe what he was sensing? No dragon sovereign, master dragon, or divine master from the western divine region could believe what they were sensing. That was right. This was definitely a fake dragon god aura that Yun Qi had used some special means to duplicate, because there was no way that there could be a single person in the world with a dragon god aura that far surpassed the dragon monarch, the ruler of the dragon god race. What a laughable illusion. This, along with your lowly soul that is dyed sin, let it all burn. As his boundless might spread out and his voice boomed out in a deep draconic growl, Long Bai's gigantic claw exploded downward. The claw, which spanned hundreds of meters, ripped through space like a thin sheet of paper as it created an abyss-like shadow over the area that Yun Qi was standing in. However, in that instant, a strange light flashed through the eyes of the distant Kai Waiao, Yan 1, Yan 3, Kai and I Bingzhu, and the surviving high-level combatants of the northern divine region at the exact same time. They had all previously fought with Long Bai's true body, so all of them had properly experienced the dragon monarch's full draconic might up close and personal. However, the claw he was bringing down in immense fury radiated far less power than it had before. In fact, it was a whole 20 to 30% weaker. Previously, Long Bai's draconic energy had only retreated during the instant it collided with Yun Qi's power, and only the venerable withered dragons, who were extremely familiar with the aura of their race, had been able to tell. At this moment, the draconic might that Long Bai was radiating had become far weaker, and everyone could clearly sense it, whether it was the divine masters of the West or the profound practitioners of the North. Ha! As Long Bai's dragon claw, which was seething with draconic might, was sweeping down on him, Yun Qi barked out a cold and cruel laugh. He did not even deign to look up at it before his right arm, which was wrapped in extreme darkness, exploded up to meet it. The moment the darkness came into contact with the dragon claw, Long Bai, and the 5 mighty venerable withered dragons, could clearly sense the already suppressed draconic might withdraw even further. When Long Bai's attack erupted, it actually only contained 60% of its original draconic might. At the pinnacle of the divine master realm, having 40% of one's strength suppressed was unimaginably huge. It was something that shouldn't even exist. This terrifying suppression was undoubtedly influencing the result of the battle. It was so huge that it wasn't something that could possibly be made up for or overthrown. Rumble. The dragon monarch's claw fiercely clashed against the dark, profound light released by the devil master. Huge cracks appeared beneath Yun Qi's feet, but Long Bai's attack hadn't shifted him a single inch backward. Instead, that huge white dragon claw was blasted into the distance, and the earth-shattering sound of finger bones fracturing exploded in everyone's ears. When it came to the density and thickness of profound energy, Long Bai was no doubt unparalleled under heaven. If he had been able to operate at 100%, he would have eventually suppressed Yun Qi after a long and drawn-out battle. At 90% of his power, he would still be able to fight Yun Qi to a draw. At 70% of his power, he started to lose ground to a Yun Qi who was only using pure profound energy and physical strength. At 60% of his power, a single blow had fractured the dragon monarch's fingers. If they had not just witnessed it themselves, the dragons of the West would not have been able to believe that such a thing could have happened, not even in their wildest dreams. Long Bai's roars shook the heavens, and no one could tell if they were from pain or anger. Meanwhile, Yun Qi's image had become illusory as his real body appeared above Long Bai's head in the next instant. The darkness wrapped around his body focused around his right fist, coalescing into a vortex of darkness as he struck Long Bai square between the eyes. Bang! Dark, profound light instantly broke apart the white light protecting Long Bai's body, but it was instantly obstructed by his draconic energy. However, this obstruction only lasted for an inestimably short instant before it too collapsed. Dark, profound light wrapped around Yun Qi's entire right arm as his fist crashed right between Long Bai's eyes. Darkness flared as a fountain of blood immediately geysered out from where Yun Qi had struck him, causing black blood to wildly spray into the sky. It had taken a huge amount of effort and sacrifice for the divine masters of the northern region to finally break Long Bai's defense, however. It seemed as fragile as glass underneath Yun Qi's fist. In fact, even Kai Weiao and the surviving devils of the north could scarcely believe what they were seeing, so the reactions of the dragons of the west were no surprise. Long Bai let out a howl of rage as a huge wave of energy forced Yun Qi back. The pain of having his flesh gnawed away by the darkness added to Long Bai's extreme rage, as his aura suddenly turned incredibly wild and frenzied. It seemed as if all of the dragon blood and draconic energy his body had ignited and turned into violently frothing magma. ROAAR? A dragon cry that contained boundless rage practically shook the entire southern divine region, causing the souls of countless living beings to tremble in fear. Two pale white dragon claws swept toward Yun Qi from each side as they radiated the wild and frenzied power of an enraged dragon god. Rumble! Yun Qi spread his arms wide, and the power of the Devil Master immediately clashed with the power of the Dragon Monarch in midair. The two powers struggled to overcome each other as they became locked in a contest of strength. Yun Qi's figure looked far too small and puny when compared to Long Bai's gigantic claws. However, this puny figure was able to completely ward off the enraged power of the Dragon Monarch. Deep growls kept rumbling from Long Bai's throat as the draconic energy around his claws grew so dense that it almost seemed real. Little by little, those claws started closing in on Yun Qi in a bid to smash him between them. The space around Yun Qi looked as if it was being squeezed by a vice as it furiously contracted again and again. As the space around him became violently distorted, it almost seemed as if his body was starting to bend and twist under this horrific pressure. Yun Qi's arms trembled slightly as his face turned grim. It looked as if enduring Long Bai's attack was becoming rather difficult. This dreadful deadlock continued for a dozen breaths, and the space around Yun Qi had already been shattered several times. It was at this moment that Yun Qi suddenly raised his head to look at Long Bai, a cold and bizarre smile flashing across his face. The grim look on his face disappeared, and he was even able to speak in a calm and languid voice as he prevented Long Bai's claws from crushing him. "It looks like this really is your current limit, Long Bai. I don't know if I underestimated myself or overestimated your power, but to be honest, I'm very disappointed." As he calmly said those words, Yun Qi's arms suddenly shook. Rumble, a huge explosion reverberated in the air as Long Bai's claws were blasted a few hundred meters away. The seemingly furious deadlock had instantly been broken. "This game is far less interesting than I had imagined," Yun Qi said as he glanced at Long Bai. He was actually walking through the air despite the oppression of Long Bai's draconic might. Yun Qi's steps were slow and measured, and it looked as if he was taking a stroll through his own garden as he said, "Since this has become so boring, then I'll just wrap it up rather than letting it go on a while." The moment he finished his sentence, the look in Yun Qi's eyes dramatically changed as his body started spinning. A huge amount of darkness erupted out of his body, enough to cover the sky and blot out the sun. Boom! Crack! The heavens and earth shook as all light dimmed. Long Bai's claws, which looked like they had been suppressing Yun Qi for a dozen breaths, had been pushed even further away. His right claw, the one with the broken bones, had become so damaged that it looked like it was starting to get bent out of shape. A huge wave of darkness energy swept past Long Bai's claws to smash into his huge body, causing it to spin uncontrollably in midair. Meanwhile, Yun Qi had morphed into a beam of black light, a beam which contained the ultimate darkness profound strength, a power that came from one of the primordial devil emperors, as he shot straight for Long Bai. PCHHHT. The light energy and draconic energy protecting Long Bai's body was weaker than a thin sheet of cloth in front of Yun Qi. He blasted straight into Long Bai's stomach, opening up a huge black hole in it. A shower of pitch-black blood poured down from that hole. Boom! As Xianxia's figure zipped around Long Bai's body, another beam of black light exploded against his neck, causing blood and bone to rain down on the ground beneath him. Crack! A beam of black light seemed to pierce through space itself as it exploded against Long Bai's left claw, which had been wildly writhing in rage and pain. The bones in his claw instantly fractured, sending blood and flesh flying through the air. Xianxia's draconic aura had suppressed far more than Long Bai's power. It had even suppressed his spiritual senses and his speed. This fearsome bloodline suppression had also rendered Long Bai's dragon monarch aura completely ineffective against Xianxia, even though he was right next to him. Xianxia kept leaving behind afterimages as he used moon-splitting cascade and star god's broken shadow, his legs glowing with the light of extreme mirage lightning. As Xianxia seemed to flit in and out of the shadows at an extreme speed, Long Bai's spiritual senses and body, which stood at the pinnacle of the universe, were completely unable to lock onto or follow Xianxia's figure and energy. Meanwhile, one black hole after the other was mercilessly being punched into his body. Boom, 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 boom. Long Bai wildly writhed in the air as he let out frenzied roars. In the short span of 100 breaths, the continuous explosions of black light had opened up several hundred holes in his body. An abundance of black blood sprayed through the air and rained down on the earth, and it was truly a ghastly sight to behold. "Ah, my lord," the dragon gods gasped in shock. However, the white rainbow dragon god had already set a terrifying precedent, so how could they dare to attack? The other divine masters of the Western divine region were stunned beyond belief. They stared at the battle in front of them with bulging eyes, their jaws having hit the proverbial floor a long time ago. However, the profound practitioners from the northern divine region were faring no better. They had all turned into wooden statues as they stared at the battle in stunned disbelief. Long Bai, the exalted and unparalleled dragon monarch of the primal chaos, was actually helpless as Xianxia rained blows down on him. The strongest and most sturdy dragon body in the universe was currently as brittle as rotten wood in front of Xianxia's attacks. Was this truly the dragon monarch? Was this truly Xianxia? Xianxia's figure suddenly shattered into fragments as his body appeared underneath Long Bai's belly. He spoke in a cold and grim voice. "Long Bai, everything that you have obtained over the years was given to you by Shenzai. These things are things that you have long disqualified yourself from possessing. Furthermore, it's time for you to pay it back 1,000 times over. So open your damned eyes wide and take a good long look at who is truly qualified to be the only monarch under heaven." A black shadow that stretched out thousands of meters smashed into Long Bai, sending his huge dragon body soaring 50 kilometers into the air. Xianxia gestured again with his hand, and the dark light around him immediately transformed into crimson lightning. As he spread his hand out wide, the crimson light slowly spread into the skies. Soon, blood-colored lightning started howling down from the heavens like a million enraged dragons. Heavenly law tribulation lightning. Crack! As the sound of thunder shook the world, the countless beings who lived in the vast star regions around the 10 directions deep sea realm felt as if their very souls were being split in half. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of bolts of tribulation lightning wildly exploded into Long Bai's body, the violent arcs of electricity dyeing his body in the shocking color of blood. The innumerable thunderclaps swallowed up his cries of misery as his gigantic dragonic body was smashed to the ground. The crimson light in Xianxia's eyes faded as a cyan light started to flash. After that, a peerlessly dreadful storm started violently swirling around Long Bai, who had just been thrown to the ground. As Xianxia's arm fell, it caused Long Bai to smash into the ground once again. Boom! Hundreds of geysers of blood fountained into the air at the same time, instantly causing huge swathes of land to be dyed in dragon blood. Xianxia raised his arm again. When it fell, the storm that erupted from it swirled violently around Long Bai's tattered body and lifted it up before sending it hurtling to the ground once more. Boom! 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 The deep-sea divine region shook again and again. The heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing as Long Bai was violently slammed against the ground again and again. The dragon monarch of this era currently resembled a blood-soaked leather ball, a ball that had been trampled on in the most violent, cruel, and humiliating fashion. He could not escape or struggle. and even his screams of pain and roars of anger were completely and mercilessly drowned out by the sound of the storm and the sound of his body slamming into the ground. Boom! A huge long crack opened up in the ground, and it almost seemed as if the entire 10 directions deep sea realm was about to split in two. Long Bai's bloodied body was sent hurtling high into the air. The storm finally dissipated, and just when Long Bai believed that Yun Qi had run out of energy and his nightmare had ended, Yun Qi's eyes suddenly blazed with a golden light as the image of a golden crow appeared behind him. A phoenix cry shook the air along with everyone's soul as the skies instantly turned a blazing golden color, the color of intense flames. Yun Qi's body soared into the sky, and when he was positioned right above Long Bai, whose body had been flipped over, his own body started blazing with golden flames. After that, he spread his arms out wide, and a golden sea of purgatory flames exploded out of his body and completely engulfed Long Bai's gigantic dragon body. Arr. Long Bai's roar contained so much pain that it sounded as if a demon was howling in despair. Yun Qi continued soaring into the sky, the raging golden flames mercilessly erupting from his body amidst countless phoenix cries. Burning sun rupture, golden annihilation, red purgatory lotus, yellow spring ashes, blazing sunray. Fire mixed with fire as new hells merged into old ones around Long Bai's body. His scales, skin, blood, and flesh, all of it was being mercilessly burned away, until only the bone remained. And even his bones had started to serve as fuel for the golden flames. As the golden flames burning on Long Bai's body grew fiercer and fiercer, the golden light that filled the air was also growing hotter and hotter. In the distant skies above, 9 golden suns had finally coalesced into existence. The ultimate flames of the golden crow, 9 suns heaven's fury. The 9 suns plummeted from the heavens and exploded against Long Bai's body, releasing the most beautiful and powerful golden crow flames in the world. Form 3. The 9 suns howled in fury as nearly every corner of the southern divine region clearly witnessed the figure of a huge golden crow proudly spreading its wings high in the sky, casting a dazzling golden light over a vast swath of star regions. The earth in and around the deep sea divine region sank dramatically. This place, which had protected the core of the 10 directions deep sea realm for 100,000 years, had been utterly ruined by this clash between 2 divine regions. As those surpassingly dreadful golden crow divine flames bombarded it, it truly started to break apart and slowly crumble into nothingness. The dazzling light of those scorching flames were reflected in the golden-tinted eyes of all who were present. The heat scorched their bodies, making them feel as if their muscles were red-hot irons ready to be pounded on a blacksmith's forge, and they even felt as if their souls were being refined in this blazing heat. If they felt like this several hundred kilometers away, they simply could not imagine what sort of purgatory Long Bai, who was right in the middle of that sea of burning flames, had been thrust into. This hell of flames was far from over. As 9 suns heaven's fury continued to rage on unabated, crimson lotuses made of fire started to silently blossom within that golden flaming hell. The flame lotuses quickly proliferated throughout the sea of flames. At first, they had only been little dots of light amidst those roaring golden flames, but one soon turned into 100, then 1,000, then 10,000. The entire area and the sky above it was dyed a reddish-gold color. It was an incredibly beautiful and enchanting sight to behold. World Illuminator, Red, Lotus, Kayana Yinger softly whispered. 9 suns, Heaven Fury, and World Illuminator, Red Lotus, the 2 ultimate moves of the Golden Crow and the Phoenix. Yun Qi had not only used both flames at the same time, he could now even use both their ultimate moves at the same time. Even though his cultivation in the profound way had not achieved any breakthroughs whatsoever during his 3 years in the eternal Heaven-Defying realm, his control over his various powers had clearly reached a whole new level. All the dragon gods and dragon sovereigns stared at the scene in shock and bewilderment. It looked as if their souls had left their bodies, as none of them even said so much as a word. As for the 5 mighty venerable withered dragons, before Yun Qi had released his dragon god aura, they had thought that nothing in this world could shake them anymore. But now, their withered visages were violently spasming and twisting from this extreme shock. Dragon god, darkness, tribulation lightning, storm, flames. 9 suns, Heaven's Fury, and World Illuminator, Red Lotus being released at the same time. As former dragon monarchs and dragon gods, their knowledge and experience, which could be said to be the broadest and deepest in the history of the god realm, was being shattered before their very eyes. Xianxia's figure hovered in the middle of the now golden sky. His back faced the sea of flaming lotuses as he made a simple gesture with his hand. "Boo!" Cries of the golden crow intertwined with that of the phoenix as those scarlet fire lotuses started exploding one after the other, flooding the area around them with an endless flow of red light. However, the phoenix flames and golden crow flames did not repulse or attempt to devour each other. Instead, they started to merge together in a bizarre combination that defied all knowledge and common sense. The result was a crimson hell of flames that was as dazzling as a dream, but as dreadful as a nightmare. "Yua!" Miserable cries rang out in the air as the weaker divine masters among the forces of the Western divine region started getting affected by the light of those crimson flames. Their bodies had turned as red as blood in the blink of an eye, their hair had started to singe, and they suddenly felt as if their bodies were being burned up by flames. It was only after they started to panickedly circulate their profound energy that they managed to banish this dreadful heat from their bodies. When they raised their heads to look at each other, they could see the disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. This was because those crimson flames were several hundred kilometers away from them. The light of those crimson flames had dyed everything. The original colors of the sky and ground had been completely covered up in this bloody glow. Only Xianxia's figure hovered proudly in the air, his body out of the reach of that crimson radiance. The northern region profound practitioners all looked up at him dumbly, and in this moment, it was as if they were no longer gazing upon their devil master, but a god. The audience could vaguely see a huge dragon body tossing and turning in agony amidst the sea of heaven-scorching crimson flames. Unless one personally experienced it, they would not be able to imagine the pain of being roasted by these crimson flames. No one doubted that the dragon monarch possessed the strongest will and soul in the universe, but even he was on the brink of collapse after being thrust into this far too cruel purgatory. Ruar. A hoarse dragon roar filled with pain seemed to ring out in the air as the writhing figure of the dragon suddenly started to swiftly and violently contract. Long Bai used this contraction to open up an exceedingly fragile dragon domain, but his efforts had also allowed him to escape that flaming crimson hell. Long Bai had already transformed back into his human form under that crimson sky. His scorched body plummeted straight to the earth and crashed right into it. Bang! It was only right before his body hit the ground that the crimson flames wreathing Long Bai finally went out. However, the fallen Long Bai lay on the ground for a very long time, and the draconic energy emanating from his body was incredibly chaotic and turbid. And it was also mixed with the aura of that soul-searing crimson flame. It was clear that this dreadful crimson flame had penetrated deeply into Long Bai's body, arteries, and soul. Even someone as formidable as the dragon monarch would not be able to dispel and extinguish the energy of these flames in a short amount of time. Xianxia slowly floated to the ground as he looked down on Long Bai. Long Bai's white robes, long hair, and eyebrows had all been burned to ashes, and his exposed flesh had been scorched black. Even the bones exposed by his wounds were not spared. It looked as if his entire body was covered in a thick layer of black charcoal, and not a single spot on his body was left unmarked. He didn't possess an iota of the dragon monarch's usual dignified might in this miserable state, and no one could bring themselves to believe that the wretched-looking man they were currently staring at was the ruler of the primal chaos, the dragon monarch who ruled over the entire universe. It was also because he was the dragon monarch that he had been able to escape from such a situation. Even though his power was being severely suppressed, his overly strong body had allowed him to swiftly escape from Xianxia's crimson purgatory. As he sensed Xianxia's aura approaching, Long Bai opened his eyes. Pain, confusion, bewilderment, malice, and discontent flashed through his eyes as his face, which was mangled beyond human semblance, spasmed wildly. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could even say anything, a cloud of pitch-black smoke that had been circulating inside of his body spewed out of his mouth. K. His painful dry coughs caused his chest to heave violently. This violent movement caused his scorched flesh to split apart, allowing blood to flow freely from it. He simply couldn't accept the condition he was in right now. He was Long Bai. He was the exalted and unparalleled ruler over the heavens and the earth. He was the monarch of the primal chaos. How could a mere Xianxia have done? Bang! A foot mercilessly stomped down on his chest, shattering his scorched ribs like brittle charcoal. Long Bai's entire body went stiff, and he stared at Xianxia coldly, as if he was looking down on a lowly ant. He would only ever look at a person this way when he despised them. Long Bai, Xianxia said in a grim voice as he scowled at the dragon monarch. This new ugly appearance of yours suits you all too well. Strength started to gather in Long Bai's vicious gaze, but before he could even say anything, Xianxia pushed his foot down even further, immediately turning those unspoken words into a pained grunt. What's wrong? You're not willing to admit defeat. You're not content with the result. No joy or pity could be seen on Xianxia's face. The only thing present was a soul-chilling apathy. You wanted a duel and I granted you that opportunity. You don't use weapons, so I chose not to use a weapon. You were injured, so I inflicted an even greater injury on myself. I gave you every opportunity, but you were too useless to take advantage of it. Those cold words turned into a loud snarl as the rage hidden deep within his heart seemed to go out of control for just a moment. After that, a dark viciousness flashed through Xianxia's eyes as his power surged downward. PCHHHT? The cruel sound of something being punctured rang through the air as Xianxia's foot shattered Long Bai's ribcage and sank deep into his chest. Two large clouds of blood burst out from Long Bai's chest and mouth simultaneously. The world Dragon City, the venerable withered dragons, it was clear that Long Bai had not only wanted to destroy the devil race. Instead, his overarching desire was to plunge Xianxia into the depths of despair, to unequivocally show Xianxia how puny and insignificant he was in front of him. It would be all the better if he could make him wag his tail like a dog and beg for pity, to force him to completely disgrace himself. By doing so, he would prove to Xianxia, Shenzai, and himself that Shenzai had made a huge mistake by choosing Xianxia. Xianxia had been just as vicious. He had chosen not to use any weapons and even hurt himself grievously before the fight. Also that he could completely strip the dignity from Long Bai when he handed him this miserable defeat. He had not even allowed Long Bai to find half a reason to comfort himself over this loss. Dragon Monarch, my lord! The sound of bones shattering and the wildly spraying dragon blood roused the mighty dragon gods, who had been frozen in shock from their slumber. They no longer cared about the dragon monarch's orders, or the example that was made of the white rainbow dragon god as 5 of them surged forward, their draconic energy flaring up like lava from an active volcano. The only dragon gods who didn't advance were the sorely wounded Azure dragon god and the still fearful white rainbow dragon god. Before they could even make a move against Xianxia, a heart-rendingly shrill dragon cry suddenly reverberated in the air. The bizarrely changed draconic aura mixed with his dragon blood as it blasted Xianxia far away. It was at this moment that Long Bai started slowly climbing to his feet, and the draconic energy swirling around his body was shockingly mixed with a dense bloody energy. Color instantly drained from the faces of all the dragon gods, and the divine masters of the Western divine region all wore expressions of great shock on their faces. My lord, the pure dragon gasped in helpless surprise. Dragon Monarch, you... Long Er's brow furrowed heavily as he gasped out those words in shock, his heart half filled with rage and half filled with pained disappointment. His bizarre draconic aura, his bloody dragon domain Long Bai was actually burning his own dragon god blood essence. Even though burning one's blood essence would allow someone to obtain power that transcended their usual limits, the price they had to pay was commonly the irrecoverable loss of their innate talent. Nobody would ever do it unless their backs were against the wall. Among the human clans who possessed a special inheritance, losing some blood essence wasn't that big of a deal. As long as they didn't burn too much of it, there would be a way to recover the lost blood essence. However, it would always take a huge amount of resources and time to do so. However, if someone from the dragon god bloodline was to lose any blood essence, that blood essence would remain lost forever. There had never been a dragon god who had successfully regained their lost blood essence, and there never would be. After all, they didn't have the dragon god marrow. What was even more terrifying than the notion of burning one's blood essence was what the dragon monarch was doing right now. He wasn't just burning a little bit of his dragon god blood essence, he was burning at least half of it. The price he would have to pay for this act would be evident once this battle was over, as his draconic might would very likely become weaker than the 7 surviving dragon gods. He had gone crazy, the dragon monarch had gone crazy. He had definitely been handed an unexpected and miserable defeat by Xianxia. But this current situation definitely wasn't desperate for him, and it definitely wasn't desperate for the dragon god realm. On the contrary, even though he had lost his personal battle, the Western Divine region still held an overwhelming advantage in power over the Northern Divine region. He only needed to give the order to send the Northern Divine region into the abyss. He could even pay Xianxia back tenfold for all the serious injuries he had inflicted on him. If he had still possessed even a shred of rationality, there was no way he would have done such an inexplicable and deranged thing. Since Long Bai had already burned his blood essence, there were no other options left to him. It was also at this moment that Long Bai completely let go of his dignity as the Dragon Monarch, something he had been wearing for hundreds of thousands of years. His scorched features twisted up in hate, making him look even more ugly and sinister than the most wicked demon anyone could imagine. Hee hey hey hey. Long Bai was laughing, and his laughter made everyone's skin crawl and sent a chill down their spines. I am the Dragon Monarch, ruler of the primal chaos, the one who reigns supreme in this universe. All races and living beings must bend the knee in my presence. And you are nothing more than a stripling barely 30 years of age. A filthy devil beast died in darkness. How can I lose to you? How can I not be your equal? As Long Bai rambled on in his hoarse voice, his wild and dreadful pride that had been hidden for countless years was on full and vulgar display. Perhaps his usual image, where he had treated all things with a calm indifference and disdained to ever use his power to display his superiority, had hidden an extreme pride all this while. It had hidden the fact that he had never truly regarded any person or any living being with any importance. I was only testing your strength just now. This is my true strength. Long Bai roared as he raised up a blackened arm, a sinister blood-colored energy slowly swirling around it. Feel the flames of my imperial wrath. His current appearance and words made it seem like he had gone completely insane. My lord, you! All of the dragon gods were completely stunned by this turn of events, their hearts spiraling into a deep abyss. Long Bai had indeed suffered a miserable defeat, but he had not lost because he was weak. He had lost because the returned Xianxia was simply far too terrifying. This was especially true of his dragon god aura, an aura which transcended all common sense. It had suppressed Long Bai's power far too severely for him to have a chance of winning. However, even though he had lost in a rather ugly fashion, he had definitely not lost any dignity in his defeat. Besides, he still had the vast forces of the Western Divine region at his command, so he could instantly turn the situation around in the blink of an eye. They were simply unable to understand why this defeat had such a great impact on Long Bai after all. He was the Dragon Monarch with the strongest dragon soul, the strongest will and conviction. A dreadful cold might fell upon the 5 dragon gods as Long Bai turned to look at them. His voice turned into a low growl as he said, "Why would I need any help to kill Xianxia? If any of you dares to interfere in my fight, I will make sure that your death is so terrible that there won't be enough of you left to bury." The 5 dragon gods frozen in place. They no longer dared to release even a single wisp of draconic energy. As they exchanged glances, they could only see the same confusion and bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. "Ayah," Kai Waiao muttered. That Long Bai's obsession with Xianxia is truly unimaginably terrifying. She cast a sidelong glance at Kai and Yinger. Oh my, is that Xianxia really so beautiful that she was worth throwing the entire universe into disarray? HMPH, she's just some slut. Kai and Yinger sneered as she gave a small, disdainful snort. She had never seen Xianxia before, and she had no desire to ever do so. Heh! Ah! Long Bai let out a roar as his figure blurred into a streak of bloody light that shot straight for Xianxia. Now that he had burned his blood essence, his dragon god power was frenzied and filled with a bitter desperation, but it was also tinged with a faint despair. Now that he had lost Xianxia forever, personally killing Xianxia had become his final obsession, the one that he had to fulfill. Xianxia stood firm as he slowly raised his arms to take on the blood-colored draconic energy. Bang! Bloody light exploded, but Xianxia's body had not moved a single inch. The dragon claws that Long Bai had created with his frenzied energy had simply been caught between Xianxia's fingers. Even though he had burned his blood essence to conjure up this wild and frenzied dragon god power, it still couldn't overcome the overwhelming bloodline suppression that originated from Xianxia's dragon god aura. As he stared into Long Bai's eyes, which had become bloodshot in his abject despair, Xianxia's mouth slowly hooked up into a contemptuous sneer as he murmured, "Is that all?" Crack. He tightened his fingers as bloody light erupted from Long Bai's arms. shattering the dragon claws that had been scorched by his crimson flames into powder. Bai let out a screech of pain, but he wasn't able to break free from Xianxia's grasp at all. The bloody light in his eyes grew even more frenzied as the image of a blood-stained claw appeared over his left arm and launched itself towards Xianxia's throat. However, before that claw could even approach him, Xianxia had already kicked Long Bai in the stomach. PFFFT boom! Long Bai's scorched body instantly curled up like a shrimp as he was sent flying through the air. Upon landing, he pathetically bounced off the ground more than a dozen times, like a leather ball that had been kicked away. The power he had obtained from burning his blood essence was still abundant, but Long Bai simply lay curled up on the ground. His blank eyes were as wide as saucers, as if his soul had left his body. Why? I've already burned my blood essence, so why can't I kill him? Just why? This is fake, it can't be real. It's a nightmare, yes. All of this is a nightmare. A figment of my imagination. I am the exalted dragon monarch, and he's only a devil spawn that's barely over 30. The difference between us is like the difference between the sky and an ant. Such an absurd and ridiculous thing could only happen in a nightmare. Long Bai, and all of your lackeys, listen up and listen good. Xianxia slowly walked forward as he raised his head to look at them, his voice low and deep. In this world, there has never been such a thing as the Dragon Queen. There has only ever been Xianxia. Those words caused the eyes of all the divine masters of the western region to tremble in shock. It was also at this moment that Long Bai's head jerked up to stare at Xianxia, a terrifying bloody light shining from his eyes. More than 300,000 years ago, you, Long Bai, had your limbs crippled and eyes blinded. You were then abandoned in a wasteland and left to die. It was Xianxia who saved your life. Your rebirth and subsequent rise, your ascension from hell to heaven as you took the throne and became the strongest dragon god in the history of the dragon god realm. All of these were given to you by Xianxia. Without Xianxia, you would have died a long time ago. Not even the dust from your tattered carcass would have remained. The so-called title of Dragon Queen was merely an empty title that Xianxia allowed so that she would not be disturbed by the rest of the world. This should have merely been a woeful repayment of your heavy debt towards her. However, you forcefully swept her up in your fabricated fantasy. KRRRK, KRRRK, KRRRK. The sound of Long Bai's teeth grinding against each other rang in the air as his eyes turned as wild and ghastly as a ghost's. Long Bai, listen up. Xianxia was slowly walking toward Long Bai. He was staring down at him from above while he lay on the ground like a cripple, as if he was using the mere power of his gaze to press Long Bai against the ground. Xianxia has never been any bullshit dragon queen. She only has two identities. The first is her original identity as Xianxia. The second is my woman. Bang. Long Bai's fangs fractured as blood started trickling from his mouth. Kai Waio's previous words and Long Bai's strange obsession and antagonism for Xianxia had already given the divine masters of the West some idea of what had happened. Even though they had already guessed at the truth, their jaws still dropped to the ground when they heard Xianxia's words. The title of Dragon Queen had existed for more than 200,000 years. It had existed for longer than the reigns of generations of god emperors, and it was a name that everyone in the god realm knew of. The beautiful story of the smitten dragon monarch and his queen had been passed down from generation to generation. Even the most common lower realm king had vast harems and entire crowds of concubines. However, the dragon monarch only took the dragon queen as his wife throughout his reign as emperor. Dragons were lascivious by nature. This was something that all living creatures knew. However, ever since he had given Xianxia the title of Dragon Queen, a period that had spanned more than 200,000 years, he had not once touched or even gone near another woman. It turns out that everything had only been a one-sided obsession on the part of the dragon monarch. And the world-renowned Dragon Queen, Xianxia had actually done what with Xianxia. It was rumored that Xianxia had stayed in the forbidden land of Samsara for a short year after the profound god convention had ended. This. Their heads started buzzing as the information overwhelmed them. You were originally just a toad who continued to bask in his own beautiful dreams. In fact, you were so pathetic that I took pity on you. But I never dreamed that you were actually a mad dog who would bite at his own benefactor. Bang. As he shattered the last fang in his mouth, Long Bai let out an enraged howl that came from the bottom of his very soul. UWA, Ch. Xianxia's words were undoubtedly the most cruel and venomous blade in the world to Long Bai, no matter the time or the moment. In fact, it was a million times more cruel than destroying the dragon god realm in front of him. Space swelled to the point of bursting, and the light dimmed as Long Bai once again reverted to his gigantic dragon form in extreme rage. This time, his pale white body had already been scorched black, and there were countless dark and bloody grooves carved into his flesh. His aura had also become extremely chaotic and frenzied. Long Bai let out a howl of rage as he rushed toward Xianxia like a completely deranged and insane dragon. Re-yip, re-yip, rumble. His claw wildly tore through the air, ripping apart everything in his path as his cries pierced the ears and the hearts of everyone present. The stench of dragon blood in the air was turning thicker and thicker, to the point where its smell had started to make people gag. However, although the frenzied draconic power was ripping even space itself into shreds, it could not even touch the corner of Xianxia's robes. The chaotic dragon might that was spewing all over the place couldn't even hurt a single hair on his head. AOO. BOOM. A huge burst of energy sent the heavily injured and deranged Long Bai stumbling heavily into the ground, causing his cries to shake the air and claws to rend the ground. Xianxia's figure had appeared behind Long Bai's back. His long hair danced in the air as the figure of an ice phoenix appeared behind him. It gave a long and loud phoenix cry as its power violently poured down on Long Bai. One frozen end heaven ceiling formation after the other appeared around Long Bai's tail. And in the blink of an eye, that gigantic tail was entirely encased in an icy blue glow. This icy blue light turned into an azure divine light as the ice phoenix behind Xianxia morphed into the vicious-looking figure of the heavenly wolf. He used his own hand as a blade, as the might of the heavenly wolf sword style was put on full and violent display. Heavenly wolf slash, wild fang, heavenly star lamentation, instantaneous hell calamity, azure wolf claw. As the might of the first 5 styles of the heavenly wolf sword smashed into Long Bai, thousands of cracks appeared over his frozen tail. Then the gigantic tail suddenly shattered and dissolved into millions of icy fragments swirling in the wind. Not a single drop of dragon blood was spilled when it happened. A despairing dragon howl rent the air and shook the earth, but Xianxia's figure had already landed on Long Bai's back. His body glowed with the combination of darkness, profound energy, and those dreadful crimson flames, as the reddish-black devil flames of eternal calamity wreathed his hands. Chi-I, the devil flames of eternal calamity melted through that thick dragon hide like a hot knife through butter, opening a wound that began to eat into Long Bai's back. Amidst Long Bai's anguished roars and that dreadful sound of flesh and fat crackling, those devilish flames quickly ate through his back, causing the wound to grow deeper and deeper. In the span of a few short breaths, a hole that was dozens of meters deep had been scorched into the dragon monarch's back. As he leaped into the hole, Xianxia grabbed the spine in his hands. His eyes went dark and cold as all of the power in his body wildly surged into his arms. H-A-H. He gave a violent yell as he exerted all of his strength. An extremely terrifying explosive popping sound to reverberate through the air. This popping sound was soon followed by the sound of something being broken. Crack. That dragon's spine, something which stretched thousands of meters, had just been snapped in half by Xianxia. The anguished dragon cry that sprang from Long Bai's lips was so shrill and miserable that it caused the light in the sky to dim and the stars themselves to shake. If any living creature had their spines shattered, they were destined to be at least half a cripple, and the dragon monarch was no exception to that rule. Now that his tail had been shattered and his spine had been broken, the dragon monarch's aura swiftly dissipated. His body writhed and spasmed in agony, and his wails were so anguished that it was pitiable. His utterly broken and tattered dragon body began to swiftly shrink, and he transformed back into his human form amidst a chaotic swirl of energy. Long Bai was on his knees, his back slumped forward. Now that his spine was broken, he was unable to straighten his body or stand up. He could only desperately twitch and spasm like a blob of goo. The deep-sea divine region had fallen so silent that one could even have heard a pin drop. It was almost as if Xianxia had not broken Long Bai's spine, but the once indestructible will and belief of the dragon god race. Xianxia descended from the skies and landed in front of Long Bai. His gaze was as cold and impassive as ever as he said, "Now you know what sort of trash you are, right? Compared to me, you weren't even worth as much as a worm in Shen's eyes. To think that you actually continued on with that ridiculous dream for hundreds of thousands of years. How laughable, sad, and pitiable." "Krrrk, krrrk." Long Bai's broken fangs pierced into his gums as he clenched his jaw violently, blood flowing from his mouth like a waterspout. However, the pain his body was feeling right now wasn't even 1/millionth of the pain that was sawing through his soul. In fact, he felt as if a million knives were ripping right through it at every instant. "Oh right, there's something else that I don't mind telling you." Yunqi crouched down and his voice rang loudly in Long Bai's ears. "When I think about it, it was Xianxia who made a move to seduce me in the first place. After all, the only person who is worthy of her in this universe is me. The day that it happened in the forbidden land of Samsara was a beautiful memory I will never forget. Her body was like the most luxurious and beautiful jade in the world, and her voice was like the loveliest celestial song in the universe. Oh, then again, what does any of this have to do with you? As the ungrateful, filthy, and despicable dragon you are, you don't even have the right to touch the corner of her robes." Ch. His bloodshot eyes bulged out of his swelling face so dramatically that they looked like they were about to explode as Long Bai let out a strange howl that sounded like it came from a cross between a wild beast and demon. His broken body wobbled as he desperately tried to lunge forward and use his fragmented fangs to rip away at Yunqi's flesh. He had collapsed. He had completely and utterly collapsed. Even the last bit of dignity, the last bit of rationality he had was lost. Even the last reason he could use to try to comfort himself had been utterly destroyed. Bang! Yunqi's leg lashed out. A wave of energy erupted from it and smashed into Long Bai's face. It was almost as if he didn't want to get stained by any of Long Bai's filthy blood. The raving dragon monarch was sent flying like a lump of blood-stained charcoal. This kick had been so heavy that it had blasted him 50 kilometers away. Now that it had come to this, the dragon gods may still have had some reservations, but the venerable withered dragons had no choice but to act. As a gray figure blurred through the air, a vast and warm draconic energy gently caught Long Bai's body. Long Yi and Long Wu's hunched figures then appeared behind Long Bai as they planted their withered hands on his back. Two incredibly dense and thick streams of draconic energy surged into Long Bai's body and forcibly melded his broken spine together. This would allow him to recover his mobility in a short period of time. However, the incredibly dreadful burns left on his internal organs and the heavy loss of his blood essence caused them to frown deeply. Long Yi raised his head to stare straight at Yunqi before he quietly whispered, "If this man was righteous, the world would achieve eternal peace. But if this man turns to the devil, then he must not be allowed to live," Long Wu finished. The hunched figures of Long Long San, and Long Si had silently appeared as well. Their gazes and their auras were all firmly locked onto Yunqi's figure. At this moment, they knew that killing this unimaginably dreadful monster was the reason for their emergence from their divine hibernation. Looks like it has finally come to this. Kai Weiao's silken scarf had already started whirling around her arm. Even though her nerves were tightly wound up, she did not immediately give the command to attack. Instead, she had quietly waited to see Yunqi's reaction. As the draconic energy of the venerable withered dragons poured into Long Bai and their spirit energies calmed his soul, his tattered body and soul started to repair themselves. He also finally managed to regain a bit of rationality and clarity. However, it was completely unable to dispel the words that Yunqi had just said to him, words which were more cruel and venomous than 1,000 levels of hell. He suddenly raised his arm and let out a shockingly grating howl. "Kill him, kill him, kill him. What, I'll personally kill him? What the dignity of the dragon monarch? What dignity did he even have left?" He wanted Yunqi to die immediately, in the cruelest way possible. His wild roar violently plucked at the heartstrings of all the dragon gods, dragon sovereigns, and divine masters of the western region. Rumble. The violently erupting draconic energy caused thunder to roil the sky. Even the heavily injured Azure dragon god and white rainbow dragon god had joined the fray as the dragon gods gave vent to their rage, shock, and humiliation by releasing their draconic energy to its fullest extent. Even the draconic energies of the 5 mighty venerable withered dragons were heavily pressing down on Yunqi. In the next instant, a murderous light shone in the eyes of Yan 1, Yan 2, and Yan 3. The figure of the ice phoenix coalesced in Muxuanian's cold eyes, while Kaianai Bingju pressed down on his Brahma symbol. Even the heavily injured northern region divine masters had all gotten to their feet through will alone. They gritted their teeth and started stirring up the last bit of power that remained their flesh and bones. As long as the Devil Master or Devil Queen gave the command, they would willingly rush headlong into an abyss of doom. Because they had just personally witnessed the most dazzling light in the world, they could now die without any regrets. Xianxia had defeated Long Bai alone, and it had been a complete and utter victory. Although he could forcibly suppress the other side's power by a mind-boggling 40%, Xianxia would not be able to take on the 5 mighty venerable withered dragons by himself. What's more, there were still 7 enraged dragon gods and enough Western region divine masters to send a person into despair. Devil Master of the North, Xianxia said in a slow and languid voice. Though I do not know where your dragon god blood comes from, you are still intrinsically linked to our dragon god race. If you had stood for righteousness, the entire world would have been blessed. However, you have, most unfortunately, chosen the path of devildom, so you must be completely annihilated. Xianxia did not notice that, when he said those words, the expression of the divine masters behind him all turned uncomfortable. There were even some who deeply bowed their heads and refused to lift them up even after a long time had passed. Righteousness? Xianxia sneered with a cold laugh. Are any of you qualified to mention that word in front of me? Kill, quickly kill him. Kill him? Long Bai's hoarse cries were growing more and more shrill, and he resembled a mad ghost that had been chained to the bottom of hell for countless years. He could no longer tolerate Xianxia's continued existence for even a second longer. Right now, the thing that would bring him the most joy in this world was to completely and utterly tear Xianxia to shreds. Since we have already decided that we cannot coexist, then there is no need for needless words. Long San raised his hand. There is also no need to hold anything back any longer. Let's attack. The moment he finished speaking, the figures of the 5 venerable withered dragons shot out at the same time, and the draconic auras of the 7 dragon gods followed swiftly behind them. The 5 withered dragons and 7 dragon gods were actually launching a joint attack on an opponent. This was definitely the most unprecedented and strange sight in the history of the god realm. Even the ancestor of the dragon god race would not have been able to believe what he was seeing if he were still alive in this world. One could well imagine just how deep and dark a shadow Xianxia's battle with Long Bai had left in their hearts. The world violently shook, and the storms that were forming in the wake of their attacks had even stopped all the divine masters from breathing for a moment. Kai Weiao's brows knitted together tightly. She was just about to give an order when her devilish eyes suddenly trembled. She was unable to see Xianxia's expression, but her powerful devil soul was only able to sense 2 emotions from the vibrations of Xianxia's soul. The first was murderous malice, and the second was actually a deeply rooted contempt. It was a contempt reserved for beings viewed as ants. Xianxia proudly stood unmoving in the middle of the 12 storms that had been generated by unrivaled draconic power. He slowly raised a hand, and a beam of dense purple light burst out and pierced the heavens themselves. He spoke in a grim voice that shook the souls of everyone present. How dare a bunch of pathetic dragons like you act so brashly in front of me? Kneel before me. Xi's tyrannical command, a furious dragon roar filled with awe-inspiring majesty, reverberated through the air. This dragon roar seemed to come from the very ends of the earth, from a bottomless abyss, from the boundless depths of the ancient past. It shook the heavens and the earth and completely blasted apart the mighty draconic energy of the 5 venerable withered dragons and the 7 dragon gods. The roar faded the light in their eyes, and had very nearly shattered their souls. Bang, 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 bang. The draconic bodies which were rushing toward Xianxia violently crashed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. The vast and overwhelming aura that had just engulfed the entire 10 directions deep sea realm had collapsed into a few threads of chaotic energy. Even their mighty dragon god souls were currently shuddering and spasming like bugs that had been squashed. Erg, woo, woo. Trembling groans came unbidden from their trembling lips. This wasn't something that they had wanted to happen. It had come entirely from the dread that their souls were experiencing. They raised their heads slowly and with incredible difficulty. The world around them had suddenly turned frighteningly silent, and the image of a colossal dragon was currently reflected in their widened eyes, one which struck extreme fear in their hearts. The primordial Azure dragon. It had appeared in the skies above Xianxia, looking as if it was floating majestically over this tiny divine region. All the light in the world had vanished, and they could not even sense their surroundings any longer. Their draconic might, which usually reigned above all the world, had become pathetically tiny and insignificant. They felt their thighs grow weak and limp as every hair on their bodies trembled and stood on end. Their dragon souls, which were already curled up like worms, curled up even further and started spasming like they were on the brink of death. Ah. Their eyes had turned vacant and unfocused, and they were unable to utter any other sounds besides those groans that came from the bottom of their souls. Both the venerable withered dragons and dragon gods were similarly affected. As for the dragon sovereigns and master dragons behind them, bang, knees were falling to the ground. They were not slowly sinking to their knees. Their legs were heavily crashing to the ground. As dragon sovereigns and master dragons, they only kneeled before the dragon monarch and the dragon gods. Even the god emperors of the other king realms did not receive this honor from them. As such, the word kneel could not be found anywhere in those proud bones of theirs. However, the terror and servility coming from the depths of their souls completely transcended their will and thoughts. Every single one of them had collapsed to their knees without exception. Bang, bang. After the dragon gods of the dragon god realm had fallen to their knees, the blue dragons of the blue dragon realm, the Kai dragons of the Emperor Kai realm, and the Hui dragons of the Hui dragon realm all fell to their knees heavily. Their eyes were trembling with the same shock, and their bodies were shaking with the same terror. Only the Killins and the divine masters from the myriad manifestations realm remained standing. However, all of their faces had gone pale from extreme shock and fear. This is. Fen Deaki raised his head to look at the huge dragon hovering above them as he barely managed to stutter out those two words. Kai Waiao and Mu Xuanian both wore dumbfounded looks on their faces. They knew about the dragon god's soul in Yun Chi's body, and they also knew that it had come from the origin soul of an ancient true dragon god. They also knew about the terrifying shock that his dragon soul could inflict when it erupted from his body back in the flame god realm's ancient god-burying inferno prison, Yun Chi, whose cultivation had only been at the divine origin realm at that time, had managed to stun that divine master horned dragon for an instant by releasing that dragon soul of his. During that fateful confrontation outside the blue pole star, his black dragon soul had also instantly dispersed the power of all the god emperors and divine masters present when it had appeared. Historically, every time Yun Chi released his dragon soul, it would only show up for a fleeting moment. It could not be sustained for very long, and if Yun Chi tried to forcefully extend the amount of time his dragon soul could be released for, his soul would turn extremely weak, and he would even fall unconscious afterward. Right now, the image of a dragon that had appeared in the sky, no. This wasn't just an image. It looked entirely solid and real, as if an actual dragon god had transcended the eons to regale the world with his mighty presence. A profound handle, god manifestation of an ancient dragon god, Kai-and-I Yinger muttered in shock. She suddenly turned to look at Shui Meiyan. Before he entered the eternal heaven-divine realm, Yun Chi had said his main objective was to cultivate his soul. As such, he had brought Shui Meiyan along, the sole possessor of the stainless divine soul. Ever since Yun Chi had started his campaign against the rest of the god realm, he had never once shown any fear or trepidation for his mightiest enemy, the dragon god realm. In fact, he had been itching to face off against them. And when he had visited the southern sea god realm, he had not hesitated at all to butcher the ash dragon god right then and there. As it turned out, he actually had another ace up his sleeve besides sacrificing divine origin power to forcibly activate God Ash. Back in the profound god convention held in the eastern divine region, Yun Chi had used his profound handle as a medium to summon the Phoenix Manifest God, the Ice Phoenix Manifest God, and the Golden Crow Manifest God. However, at that time, no one knew what method Yun Chi had used to activate the God Manifestation art, a skill that could normally only be used at the Divine Master realm, herself included. It was only when she had fallen into devildom together with Yun Chi in the northern Divine region that she found out that this was a skill that Yun Chi had created himself. A skill that only he could use, called Profound Handle, God Manifestation. He had actually successfully managed to use his profound handle to completely materialize the soul of the primordial dragon god. This feat was most likely already accomplished before they had started their war against the god realm, but it must have been far too taxing and strenuous on him. However, this alone was already enough to serve as a huge trump card against the dragon god realm. After all, the primordial Azure dragon was the grand ancestor of all of the dragons in the universe. Xianxia had spent those 3 years in the eternal Heaven-Defying realm, perfecting the manifestation of the primordial Azure dragon using this technique, with the help of Shui Meiyan's stainless divine soul. As such, the soul pressure of the primordial Azure dragon he currently materialized had also reached its peak. Furthermore, the calm and cool expression on Xianxia's face and the lack of any signs of exhaustion or strain on his body told Qianai Yinger one thing. It was clear that he could now maintain this skill with ease, and he could use it for quite a bit longer. You! Long Bai's hoarse yells had stilled completely. He too was curling up in fear. His spine, which had just been mended back together, had started to slant once more, and he could not straighten it for a very long time. HMPH! This calm and soft snort caused the souls of all the venerable withered dragons, dragon gods, dragon sovereigns, master dragons, blue dragons, Kai dragons, and Hui dragons to shudder violently. Dragon monarch, dragon gods, Xianxia said in a deep and grim voice. His every word pierced the soul like a divine oracle being proclaimed from the heavens. I am the northern divine region devil master, but I am also the dragon god reborn. In front of me, who dares to call himself dragon monarch? Who dares to call themselves dragon gods? He started slowly walking forward as he said those words. Every single step brought the draconic might of his dragon soul closer. It pressed down heavily on the hearts of all the dragons present, making them feel as if they could not breathe. The 5 venerable withered dragons and 7 dragon gods stood rooted in place as their faces turned even whiter. They desperately tried to rouse their wills and tell themselves that this wasn't true. However, the shuddering of their very souls caused their wills to automatically collapse. This was not something that could be faked, and it wasn't something they could overcome with the force of sheer will and determination. After all, their blood and souls, the things they took the most pride in, had originated from the legacy of the primordial dragon god. Even the name of their race, Dragon God, was born out of their unsurpassed reverence and admiration for the true dragon gods. Even if their founding ancestor was here, he too would bend his head and kneel. Long Ye fiercely gritted his teeth and forced his eyes away from the figure of the dragon soaring above his head. He raised a withered hand and pointed a finger at Xianxia. He used all of his willpower to barely utter a single intelligible word. You! I thought I told you to kneel? Xianxia gave an explosive roar as his eyes widened to limit. Ar? As the Azure Dragon gave an angry roar, the ancient heavenly might that was already heavily suppressing all the dragons present skyrocketed. It violently shook the souls of all the dragons, and the ones kneeling dropped to all fours as their heads knocked against the ground. Their spirits had been completely and utterly crushed. Thud! The willpower that had been holding up the 5 venerable withered dragons and 7 dragon gods collapsed all at once. The 7 dragon gods fell to their knees with a loud thump. And in the next instant, the 5 mighty venerable withered dragons softly sank to their knees one after the other. Their faces were as white as a sheet, and their eyes were bulging to the point of bursting. All of the profound practitioners of the northern divine region stared at the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces. They had been completely and utterly stunned by this turn of events. The darkness, profound energy that they had just used all of their strength to gather soundlessly dissipated amidst their total shock. Just a moment ago, the venerable withered dragons and dragon gods had been spouting words like, must not be allowed to live, and completely annihilated. But now, all of them were kneeling before their devil master. This scene would forever be recorded in the annals of the god realm, until the heavens and earth themselves collapsed. This time, as they stared at him in shock, all of them were once again firmly convinced that their devil master was the reincarnation of one of the primordial devil emperors. If not, how could the might of his soul alone cause all of these mighty dragon gods to kneel and quake before him? The Kai Dragon Emperor and Hui Dragon Emperor, who were both standing in the back, had also started to sink to their knees. Their souls were shaking in violent terror, and when they tried to will themselves back to their feet, the all-consuming dread simply forced them down to their knees. They couldn't go against this instinctual fear that had overridden their mighty wills. Among the 4 dragon realms, only the Blue Dragon Emperor was still standing in her original spot. The dragon god race was the strongest among the dragon races of this era, so they were the ones who were most affected by the soul might of the primordial Azure dragon. The Killin Emperor felt as if 1,000 mountains were weighing down on his back. However, since he was not a member of the dragon race, his soul had not collapsed in fear and submission. He quickly and furtively swept the area with his eyes and discovered the blue dragon emperor still standing proudly. Her draconic energy was wildly surging out of her body as she resisted the unsurpassable draconic might that radiated from the primordial dragon god. He swiftly weighed the current situation before suddenly sending a sound transmission to the blue dragon emperor. "Kneel down." He had also chosen to kneel even as he sent that sound transmission. Even though he was moving of his own will, he sank to his knees just like the dragons and assumed a pose of complete submission. The Killins behind him also swiftly followed after they heard his sound transmission. All of them fell to their knees and bent their heads before Xianxia. Although they had been extremely reluctant to do such a humiliating thing, they were able to swallow it. Even the venerable withered dragons and dragon gods had fallen to their knees, so it was something that beings greater than they had no choice but to submit to. As the Killin Emperor's voice thundered in many ears, the blue dragon emperor frowned, but she ultimately decided to sink to her knees soon after. Only the divine masters of the myriad manifestations God realm remained standing. This moment of manifest superiority should have been a moment to remember, something that they would normally have taken great pride in. However, the only thing that was swirling in their hearts right now was a deep-seated unease. Xianxia continued to move forward, and his every step seemed to stomp heavily on the hearts of everyone present. He calmly moved past the 5 venerable withered dragons and the 7 dragon gods. All of them were still kneeling, their muscles spasming violently, but their bodies simply didn't listen to their commands. They were paralyzed in place, and the only thing they could do was to make unintelligible grunts as Xianxia moved past them. To think that these beings, who stood at the very top of the current universe, were actually being so forcefully suppressed. If the people here had not personally witnessed or experienced it, they definitely wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen. And this was especially true for the dragon gods themselves. When Xianxia finally stopped, he was standing in front of Long Bai once again. Long Bai, the supreme ruler of this era, was kneeling before Xianxia once again. Of course, if Long Bai had a choice, as the dragon monarch, he would rather kneel toward a mere beast or be smited on the spot than kneel to Xianxia. Unfortunately for him, his dragon soul, which had been completely cowed into submission, robbed him of the ability to refuse or struggle. Even committing suicide was nothing more than an extravagant wish for him right now. What a pitiful sight he was. His hatred for Xianxia ran deep. It was so deep that it had sunk into his very bones. As a result, even the fearful shuddering of his soul was unable to suppress the bone-cutting hatred emanating from his eyes. "Do you understand now?" Xianxia calmly asked as he arched an eyebrow. "If I wanted to crush you to death, I could have done so from the very beginning, and it would have been no different from stepping on an ant. Sadly, you wouldn't have been able to accept that result, nor would you have shown such an ugly side of you if I had done that." Xianxia chuckled, but his laugh contained a trace of gloomy melancholy. After all, no matter how much he abused or humiliated Long Bai, it would never be able to awaken those devils who had gone to their eternal rest. Nor would it be able to help him find Xianxia, even though he still did not understand why Xianxia had chosen to seduce him all those years ago. Even though he knew that they had absolutely no relationship to speak of, a man would be smitten for his entire life if he laid his eyes on Xianxia. Besides, they had, "You die." Long Bai's lips shuddered as he barely managed to gasp 2 barely intelligible words. "Heh." Xianxia gave a cold chuckle, one which contained no pity or remorse whatsoever. "You've been dreaming your entire life. To think that you'd still be lost in your dreams even when you're nothing more than a dog with a broken back. It's too bad for you because I'm not gonna die. If I do die in the future, it won't have anything to do with you either. After all, I would find it disgusting for the so-called dragon monarch to kneel down and lick my feet, so killing me is naturally out of the question. Moreover, you..." Xianxia's eyebrows started to knit together as his voice suddenly turned deep and grim. "When I saw that palm strike that I thought had cost me Xiunian, outside the blue pole star, I immediately made a venomous vow that I would definitely make you experience the worst humiliation, despair, and pain in this world before I granted you a dog's death," mewed Xiunian. "You, as the rabid dog you are, even killed Xianxia, and today you killed so many of my followers, people who had abandoned everything and pledged their loyalty to me. You robbed them of their right to witness the ascension of the northern divine region, a result they had sacrificed their blood and their lives to obtain. So tell me, how exactly should I kill you?" Bang. Xianxia kicked the dragon monarch again. Unlike the last kick, This kick wasn't heavy, but it sent the defenseless Long by tumbling several kilometers. His dragon bones and dragon muscles were completely shredded by that kick. It was clear that Xianxia wasn't willing to let him die yet. After all, the pain and despair he had experienced was far from enough. He raised both his hands, his eyes glowing with an infinitely pure black light. All of the lights in the world immediately dimmed as it turned as dark and cold as some devilish hell in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, it seemed as if all of the dark energy in the world was surging out of him. A devilish wind wildly danced in the deep-sea divine region. The profound practitioners of the northern divine region, whose profound veins had practically been drained of all darkness profound energy, found themselves undergoing a revival. They felt their darkness profound energy swiftly returning and flowing through their veins at extreme speed. Their tired and turbid eyes started to shine with devilish light that grew deeper and deeper. Even their injuries were mending at an astonishing speed as their renewed darkness profound energy coursed through their bodies. Their devil blood churned in excitement as they realized what had just happened. It was the miraculous effects of calamity and misfortune. On the other end, the divine masters of the Western region, who were already being seized by great shock and fear, felt as if they had been plunged into an abyss of darkness so cold that it pierced them to their souls. "Attack!" Xianxia waved a hand forward, his imperious command shaking the souls of all who were present. "Take up the wills of your deceased kinsmen who died in regret and unleash your dark fury upon your enemies. It does not matter how cruel or merciless you are, I want you to send them to a hell where they can never reincarnate, leave none alive." Master's order was brutal and ruthless. It immediately ignited all of the hatred and fury inside the northern region profound practitioners' chests. The Yama Devil, Brahma Moon, Soul Stealing, and other northern region divine masters screamed like crazy. Then, without any hesitation whatsoever, no matter how terrible the wounds they were carrying on their bodies, they all raced toward the enemy with hatred and darkness. Thanks to calamity and misfortune, everyone's darkness profound energy was boiling up like an infinite storm. Behind them, the faces of the deep-sea divine masters and Brahma kings turned savage as well. At first, they weren't sure how to react to this situation. Then, they recalled all the resentment, hatred, and despair they felt during the defensive battle and allowed their emotions to transform them into howling monsters. Now, all they wanted was to vent those emotions and take revenge even if it meant becoming a true devil. It wasn't long before the Dragon Emperor of Absolute Beginning gave the order to spread their wings of revenge against the Western divine region as well. Darkness, bloodthirst, killing intent, violence. The venerable withered dragons at the forefront slowly raised their heads. Although the devil people's power had suddenly become unnaturally berserk, they wouldn't have batted an eye had they been in their normal state. However, their dragon souls were shivering in fright. Their limbs felt as soft as cotton, and fear was the one emotion that overwhelmed everything else. As for their draconic energy, they couldn't even gather 5% of their true power despite biting their tongues and trying absolutely everything they could think of. Even if they somehow managed to do the impossible, they didn't have the strength or the courage to unleash it. The harmless devil people whom they could have crushed like ants a moment ago struck bottomless fear and despair in their hearts. Long San barely managed to straighten his back before saying, "Wah, wait! You wait!" Yanwan planted a foot directly on Long San's face. There was a loud bang, and dragon's blood spurted out of his shattered nose and teeth. He should have been able to receive the blow with ease, but instead his aged body spun dozens of times like a spinning top before Yanwan caught him and smashed him brutally into the ground. Thanks to the soul pressure of the ancient dragon god, the wounded Yanwan alone could wipe the floor with all 5 withered dragons. "Jieha, dragon scum, die, die, die!" Grabbing the white rainbow dragon god with one hand and the sky dragon god with the other, Yan 3 also smashed them into the ground and caused the entire deep-sea god realm to shake violently. Black smoke immediately rose into the air. Of all the 3 Yama ancestors, he was undoubtedly the most hurt of them all. Previously, he was so hurt that he almost couldn't stand on his feet. Now he was jumping left and right, and screeching madly like he had chugged down some crazy drug or something. The black Yama devil energy easily penetrated the dragon gods' bodies and souls, and extinguished the draconic aura they had just barely gathered. A couple of breaths later, their weakened willpower dissolved into utter fear and hopelessness, and they waited despairingly for death to claim them. "Hiss! Ah!" Meanwhile, Yan-Tu literally tore the Azure Dragon God's body in half as he let out an excited, berserk cry. The latter became the third dragon god to die after the Ash Dragon God and the Crimson Destruction Dragon God. However, his death was far more humiliating and petty than either of his brothers. YAHOW? The three Yama ancestors' personalities were twisted by their ridiculously long stay in the Bone Sea Abyss, so their quirkiness was hardly unexpected. This weird battle cry came from Kang Shishin. The Southern Region God Emperor actually jumped on top of the 5 venerable withered dragons and stomped on all of their heads like a monkey. During his final leap, he let out another strange cry and stomped down hard on the Cyan Abyss Dragon God's back. Crack, if the Cyan Abyss Dragon God was in a normal state, Kang Shishin could have stomped with the strength of a baby sucking at their mother's tits and achieved exactly nothing. Now, though, his spine snapped like the most beautiful-sounding twig in the world. The noise that was Dragon God's blood-curdling screams and Kang Shishin's mad laughter sounded horrible, to say the least. "Cyan Abyss," Kang Shishin said in a creepy voice. 7,433 years ago, during the 4th time I visited the Dragon God realm, you didn't return my bow. You deserve to die for the offense. Crack. He brought down his feet again and shattered another part of the Cyan Abyss Dragon God's spine. Next, he flipped into the air while catching the Jade Dragon God's neck with his feet, flinging him to the ground as well. "And you, 3,761 years and 2 months ago, you spat at me from afar because you couldn't stand the sight of me having fun. You think I didn't notice? Eat shit." Boom. The Jade Dragon God's head and upper body vanished into the ground like the latter was made of Play-Doh. A couple more stomps later, he changed targets and kicked the Purple River Dragon God's most precious face, causing her nose to dislocate and her features to shift completely out of place. "Bitch, 479 years, 11 months, and 13 days ago, you dared call my new concubine ugly in front of everyone in the Eternal Heaven realm. Do you know what inner beauty means? Of course not. Even my deep-sea sow is more noble than you, bitch." Kang Shishin could be a lot of things, but a protector of the fairer sex he absolutely wasn't. The Purple River Dragon God's good looks were stomped to hell in between his curses. His pupils were widened, his blood vessels were expanded, his pores were open, and even his marrow was breathing energy in and out like crazy. Withered Dragon, Dragon God, Tui. Right here and now, he, Kang Shishin, was their true lord and master. His incessant swearing caused practically everyone to break out in cold sweat. It was bad enough that the God Emperor was a mad dog, but now they learned that he was a master of holding grudges as well. All the grievances he had stated should be as small as peanuts to a God Emperor, and yet the crazy bastard remembered them so well that he stated the exact days. "Fuck off!" Even Yan-Tu couldn't bear to listen to his spittle any longer and kicked Kang Shishin in the butt. The God Emperor allowed himself to be carried several kilometers away before performing a mid-air flip and flew toward the shivering dragon sovereigns with a most horrifying laughter in his throat. This gamble was absolutely worth it. I can laugh in the afterlife even if Yun-Chi cuts me to pieces and feeds me to the dogs after this. While the 3 Yama ancestors were wrecking the withered dragons and the dragon gods, the Northern Region profound practitioners were ravaging the kneeling dragon sovereigns and master dragons. That's right, ravaging. The dragon's soul suppression was so despairingly powerful that their resistance could only be described as pathetic. Their shock and forced submission were so terrible that most of them couldn't even muster the thought to resist until they died. The dragon god race was the strongest race in the entire god realm. Now, they were reaped in the most brutal fashion imaginable by the hate-filled devil people. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, and dragon blood turned the ground red. This time, dark, devilish blood weren't the only pools of blood on the ground. The noblest known blood in the world, the blood of the dragon gods, was spilled as well. The Kai dragons were shaking, the blue dragons were shaking, the Hui dragons were shaking. The myriad manifestations' profound practitioners were bloodless, and the Killins of the Killin realm looked like they could faint on the spot. Words simply weren't enough to describe the scene that was happening before their eyes. The full power of the vast Western Divine Region absolutely possessed the strength to crush the Northern Divine Region. No, any power in the entire world into pieces. There didn't exist a power that could turn this around. However, not only had Yun-Chi defied that common sense, he had done it in such an overwhelming fashion that the only things left were shock and despair. Soon, the air became wet with dragon's blood, and the sounds of dragons being shredded to pieces were the only melody left in the world. Xianxia turned away and left the devils to their revenge. They had sacrificed all their power, their spirit, their family members, and their friends to protect him until the final moment. It was only right that he gave them the time to claim vengeance and vent their frustration to their heart's content. His figure blurred. A couple of dashes later, he appeared next to Xianxia. Before she could say anything, using light, profound energy as his guide, Xianxia placed his palm on her solar plexus and flooded her body forcefully but slowly with the power of the divine miracle of life. Her utterly drained vitality and life vein began recovering themselves. Xianxia closed his eyes and smiled gladly. Despite the exertion, the image of the proud and ancient primordial Azure dragon didn't diminish in the slightest. The ancient gleam in its eyes remained as strong as ever. "You! Silence!" Xianxia interrupted her angrily and darkly. "Who gave you permission to burn your devil emperor's blood? You almost died." Xianxia parted her slightly recovered lips but said nothing in reply. "I'll remind you one more time that you don't have the right to die unless I order it. Never forget that." While saying this, Xianxia split his light, profound energy into several hundred streams, working to awaken her slumbering life force and rejuvenate her entire body. Xianxia had almost exhausted her vitality in full. If Xianxia hadn't kept her alive, she could have been dead already. At this point, the only power that could heal her to perfect condition was the divine miracle of life. However, the depletion was so great that even the divine miracle of life must take 2 to 3 years to restore her to her former state. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He said sternly, "If you do it again..." Xianxia grabbed his hand with both hands before he could finish. Xianxia, her hands were no longer ice-cold, but her grip only grew stronger and stronger. It was as if she was afraid that she would lose everything if she let go. If she hadn't gone through today's tribulations, she would never know that she was capable of this level of fear. So yes, she would never do it again. Neither she nor Xianxia would ever sacrifice themselves anymore. If he didn't care for her, then she would do everything in her power to live and be better than all his women. If he cared for her, then she would live even better so that he might never experience the fear and pain of losing again. "Your Magnificence!" It was at this moment a shivering but still impressive voice cut through the screams and blood mists and entered his ears. "The Western region Qilin race is willing to join the Devil Master and obey all your orders. Please show us mercy and let us live." The Qilin Emperor had bowed his back and head as much as he could when he made the declaration of surrender. Of all the Western region powers here, he and his people were the least affected because they were Qilins, not dragons. Technically speaking, this also made them the strongest resistance the Western divine region still possessed. But the Qilin Emperor still, of his own will, assumed the humblest stance and declared his surrender in the humblest voice. Behind him, the Qilins all dropped to their knees as well. Usually, dropping their knees before a devil person would be the greatest humiliation they could suffer. However, only a complete fool would continue treating Xianxia as a mere master of devils after everything they had experienced today. This was a man who had destroyed Long Bai and turned the strongest race in God realm into squirming worms with the proverbial flip of his palm. In fact, it wouldn't be inaccurate to call him the devil god of the current world. After all, what was the difference between him and the returned heaven-smiting devil emperor back then? They both possessed overwhelming power over all the forces of the God realm. So what if he was a member of the devils? Did anyone resist when the heaven-smiting devil emperor had returned to the primal chaos? Could anyone resist Xianxia as he was now? The other Western region God Emperor, the myriad manifestations God Emperor, also dropped to his knees after the Qilin God Emperor paved the way. Feeling as if his heart and soul were twisted into the shape of a pretzel, he screamed, "The Western region myriad manifestations realm offers their eternal surrender to the Devil Master as well. We have not forgotten your saving of the world back then. We never wanted to be enemies with you. The Dragon God realm didn't give us the choice to disobey. We beg that the Devil Master shows us his infinite mercy and forgives us once more for the sins we committed under duress. From this day onward, we will worship only the Devil Master and listen only to your orders. We swear to live and die as you will for all of eternity. If even one of us dares to violate the eternal oath, may we be cut into 10,000 pieces and be buried in a 100-level purgatory." A declaration of complete submission, an emotional plea, a most deadly oath. All screamed at the top of the myriad manifestations God Emperor's lungs. Volume-wise at least, the God Emperor outdid the Kilin Emperor by many decibels. Not a single divine master behind the God Emperor felt that the declaration was humiliating. In fact, they felt intensely glad that their God Emperor was a wise and flexible enough man to know when he was beaten. Yinger uttered through gritted teeth as she stared at the myriad manifestations God Emperor. They killed Uncle Gu. They cannot be forgiven. Her voice was so weak that it was pitiful, but her hatred was so deep that it invaded Yun Qi's heart completely. Dream on. Yan Wu's eyes shone with even greater hatred than Kai-and-I Yinger's. You killed my royal father. I'll never forgive you. That was what she said, but the northern region devil race literally worshipped Yun Qi as their heaven right now. Despite feeling like she was cooking alive from sheer hatred, she dared not to point her Yama spear at the myriad manifestations God Emperor like before. Unlike the 4 dragon races, the myriad manifestations God realm wasn't nearly as incapacitated. Moreover, accepting their surrender meant losing no one and gaining a tremendous amount of power at the same time. Most rulers would make the logical choice, especially considering that the northern region forces were massively weakened right now. She was afraid that Yun Qi would accept the offer. If he did, she would have no voice but to accept it. Heh. However, Yun Qi didn't glance at the Kilin Emperor and myriad manifestations God Emperor even once. Chuckling like a hellish devil, he said, "Submit. Surrender, eternal loyalty. It almost sounds like you believe you're worthy to be my servant." He raised his left arm, palm facing toward the ground where countless devil blood had been lost forever. The Killins, the myriad manifestations. In my eyes, your entire race isn't worth even a single drop of my devil's blood. Both the Killins and the myriad manifestations' divine masters felt ice-cold immediately. Yun Qi's declaration was practically a death sentence. It was at this moment a seductive, devilish voice spoke up. "Your Magnificence, if you don't mind, this queen has a little something to share with you." Yun Qi side-eyed at Kai Waya with puzzlement. The Kilin realm and Blue Dragon realm are deserving of temporary pardons, if they show enough sincerity, of course, Kai Waya continued. The Kilin Emperor only wanted to preserve himself and his people from the start, despite being known as the second greatest God Emperor of the Western Divine region. He and 4 level 10 divine masters had allowed themselves to be held off by one Kai-and-I Bingzhu. The Blue Dragon Emperor didn't even bother to put up a pretense. From the start until the end, even when Long Bai was watching her, she never stopped expressing her abhorrence for this battle. All she needed was someone to write the word slacking on her face, and the picture would have been perfect. Kai Waya had been observing the entire battlefield from the start, so she knew this better than everyone. Most of the northern region profound practitioners should have noticed this as well. The Kilin realm was the second strongest king realm in the western divine region, and the Blue Dragon realm the 4th strongest. Their strength was obvious for all to see. If they had been more active during the assault, the northern region forces would never have been able to stall long enough for Yun Qi to return. The western divine region was the largest divine region in the entire God realm. They would need good examples, guides, and stepping stones to rule it effectively. Right now, the Kilin realm and the Blue Dragon realm were without a doubt their best choices. Kai Waya had used her devil's soul to transmit all these thoughts to Yun Qi at the same time she spoke to him verbally. Meanwhile, the Killins lifted their heads, as if a ray of hope had shone into the abyss of despair they were in, and the Blue Dragons looked at Kai Waya like she was their goddess. In the end, all eyes were set on Yun Qi and Yun Qi alone. After all, he had the final say on everything. Yun Qi never disregarded Kai Waya's words, so he considered them carefully. After brooding for a short moment, the primordial Azure Dragon abruptly shifted its gaze and relinquished its suppression over the Killins and the Blue Dragons. The Killins immediately felt as if 10,000 mountains were lifted off their bodies. The Blue Dragons felt like they had shed an impossibly heavy shackle that they hadn't known they were wearing, and everyone breathed and sweated like they had been reborn. "Very well," Yun Qi's cold voice resounded beside their ears. "I will see if your sincerity is enough for you lot to live past today." The Kilin Emperor couldn't stop his aged features from trembling violently when he heard what he hoped to hear. He immediately bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your mercy, your magnificence, your majesty." "Your magnificence, your majesty," the myriad manifestations God Emperor shouted in panic. "We are willing to surrender everything to the devil race, everything, so please grant us the opportunity to—" A heavy storm of killing intent abruptly surged toward the man before he even finished shouting. It was the Qilin Emperor making a grab for the myriad manifestations God Emperor's head with murder in his eyes. It was ironic. The myriad manifestations realm was the weakest god realm of the 6 king realms of the Western divine region, the Kai dragons, the Hui dragons, and the dragon gods. Now, though, they were the biggest threat of them all. The myriad manifestations God Emperor hurriedly defended himself in a panic. The God Emperor was weaker than the Qilin Emperor in the first place, and now he was shackled by the dragon god's sole law. As a result, his power immediately crumbled under the Qilin Emperor's attack. The latter's fingers sank deep into his skull and drew a dozen or so bloody marks. "You!" a furious myriad manifestations God Emperor uttered through gritted teeth. "For the survival of my Qilin race, you and your people must die," the Qilin Emperor said indifferently. Once a decision was made, there was no going back. "Submit to your fate!" Bang. He then detonated his energy directly against the myriad manifestations God Emperor's skull, causing the latter to roar out in pain as he was sent flying. Before he could right himself, the Qilin Emperor, who had discarded all notions of mercy, struck him again in the back. All the Qilins began attacking the forces of the myriad manifestations realm. Their sorrow actually drove them to be even more merciless than they would have been against a different opponent. They attacked the profound practitioners like they would attack their sworn enemies. The Western divine region's biggest resisting force, and their only hope to turn this around, had just joined the devils. The despair grew so great that not even a hint of light could be seen in their eyes anymore. It was over. The dragon god's era was truly over. "Blue Dragon, I leave the Emperor Kai realm and Hui Dragon realm to you." The Qilin Emperor's voice entered the Blue Dragon Emperor's ears. "You don't have the right to hesitate. Any reluctance or mercy you show may bring about the end of the Blue Dragon race. Unless you grow strong enough to rule the entire world one day, you will always be bound by your duty as the God Emperor of a king realm. You will not be able to maintain your moral integrity. You were free to ignore your responsibilities when we still lived in an era of peace, but those days are long gone, Blue Dragon Emperor. Are you really going to cling on to your old naivety after everything you've been through?" When the Blue Dragon Emperor looked up once more, a blue light chased away all the doubt and confusion. She unleashed her draconic aura and summoned her image. Then, an infinite storm of cold blades descended upon the Kai dragons and Hui dragons without mercy. She herself moved together with the gorgeous blue light and swiped at the utterly disheartened Kai dragon emperor with an icy claw. When the ice dissipated, it left behind 5 shocking holes in the Kai dragon emperor's body. The mercy of the devil master actually caused even more death than otherwise. As for the dragon gods, despite losing control of their draconic energy and soul, the withered dragons and dragon gods still possessed tremendously powerful bodies. It wasn't something any mortal power could harm, even when it was completely defenseless. Unfortunately for them, their tormentor was none other than the 3 Yama ancestors themselves. The 3 pissed off and crazed Yama devils vented all of their fury on the withered dragons and dragon gods. The screams and the sounds of tearing flesh and bones were terrifying to hear. Bang, 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 bang. After Yan 1 had broken or destroyed almost all of Long Wu's bones, he pierced his heart and marrow and severed his life vein with Yama devil profound energy. Long Wu's eyes turned glassy, and he officially ended his life there. He was a former dragon monarch himself, and the reason he chose to go into hibernation was so that he could bring forth the might of the dragons and bear down on his enemies, if only for just 7 days. However, his final death was one without dignity or value at all. Long Sea and Long San followed soon after. Who would have thought that the stunningly powerful withered dragons would be slaughtered worse than mindless livestock? At least livestock got to scream and struggle with all their might before they died. These withered dragons should have died of old age and moved on to the afterlife with their pride and honor intact. Instead, they were forced to spend their final moments watching their kin being slaughtered and their name besmirched for eternity. This wasn't the ending the great divine hibernation deserved. The dragon gods fared even worse than they did. Some of them had their bones snapped for fun by Yan 2 and Yan 3, some were squeezed or flattened into various shapes like Play-Doh, and some were even kicked back and forth like a ball. The Cyan Abyss Dragon God died. The Pure Dragon God died. The Sky Dragon God died. 800,000 years of darkness had corrupted, twisted, and transformed the 3 Yama ancestors' minds into something that could only be described as utterly monstrous. They might behave like obedient grandsons before Yunqi, but they were undoubtedly the most terrifying of devils to everyone else. To be tortured to death in their hands could only be described as a horrible nightmare. On a related note, the pure dragon god and purple river dragon god didn't die any less uglier than their peers. Not only did the Yama ancestors care naught for the fairer sex, the concept of gender didn't even exist in their minds. Xianxia's women were an exception, of course. Where Longye lay powerlessly on the ground, he was forced to watch dead withered dragons, dead dragon gods, mutilated dragon sovereigns, and exploding master dragons. Despite having lived for 600,000 years, he never imagined that this would be the kind of hell he would have to live through after waking up from his hibernation. "Devil Master," he said in a heartbroken voice, "the ancient dragon god helped you during your time of need. You cannot repay his favor by killing all of his descendants." Xianxia turned his head and shot him a glance. He moved his palm away from Xianxia and slowly walked toward Longye. Every step only seemed to make the pressure worse. "His descendants? You dare to call your kind his descendants?" Xianxia sneered with great amusement. "The only reason you possess his bloodline was because your ancestor happened upon some of his origin blood and origin soul during the formative years of the god realm. If anything, your race is the one that owes him a favor. A favor you lot have lost the right to benefit from since a long time ago." Xianxia's voice grew even darker than before. "Don't worry, you won't be going to your grave alone. I will travel to the dragon god realm and make sure to wipe out every person with the dragon god bloodline in them. As you say, I owe the primordial Azure dragon a great favor, so it is only right that I do some house cleaning for him. My descendants will be the one true dragon god race of this world." "You!" Longye's chest heaved uncontrollably as blood poured out of his mouth. He never imagined that Xianxia would be this cruel. Not only was he going to murder every dragon god, dragon sovereign, and master dragon, he was going to wipe out the dragon god race from the surface of the primal chaos itself. To eliminate weeds, one must pull up the roots. He had already driven the dragon god race to a corner, so he wouldn't stop until they were driven to extinction. Devil Master," Long said with tearful eyes and a weak voice. "Please, if only because we share the same inheritance and blood, the dragon god race is willing to serve the dragon god incarnate, so please don't." He had chosen to become a withered dragon, so of course death held no fear for him. The extinction of his race, though, was an entirely different story. "Yan-Wan," Xianxia barked. "Why is he still alive? Is it because you haven't eaten shit for 800,000 years? Yan-Wan shuddered from head to toe before bringing his power down on Long. Both the withered dragon's head and his voice were annihilated just like that. Longye closed his eyes and waited for death to claim him as well. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bloodied, tattered figure soared across the air before landing precisely beside Xianxia's feet. It was the grievously wounded and barely breathing myriad manifestations God Emperor. The God Emperor let out a shuddering groan and pleaded with his eyes when he saw Xianxia. At the same time, the Killin Emperor's flattering voice reached Xianxia. "Your Magnificence, the myriad manifestations God Emperor is one of the main culprits behind the death of the Brahma monarch Lady Goddess loyal servant. His fate is hers to decide." Even before the myriad manifestations, God Emperor's body had hit the ground, Xianxia could already sense the deep hatred exploding from Xianxia's person. She took a step forward and clenched her teeth, but she was so weak that she couldn't even finish off the dying myriad manifestations God Emperor. So Xianxia did the job for her. He raised his leg and brought it down mightily. Bang, the Northern Region Devil Master crushed the God Emperor to bits just like that. Xianxia asked without turning around, "Who else?"